Morning all. How are we all this morning? Who we got here? Accountability King morning. Leading loser morning. Morning what? A beer? Morning. Or afternoon or wherever you are. Mike? How you doing, Mike? Yes, Trader morning. Growl Daddy morning. Nicholas, good afternoon. It says afternoon here. It's just coming up 25 past 2 in the afternoon here. Morning, Sam. How are we doing today? Okay, so what is the date today? 29th of December. So I think this is the last trading day for me this week. I haven't had a start time for work tomorrow, so there's a possibility I'm not working tomorrow, in which case I'll trade. But if I do, I will schedule one later and I'll post it on the Facebook group. And I think if you're subscribed, I'm pretty sure, I'm still not fully up to up with YouTube yet. I'm pretty sure if you're subscribed, you'll get a notification anyway. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe. And then if I do happen to not work tomorrow and I can get into trade, then I will do. So, morning, King. Everyone is doing well. They are. Roger. Morning from Florida. Excellent. I'm assuming you're a lot warmer than we are in the UK here. So, morning, Roger. DZT, afternoon. It is here. Dream Trades. Good morning. Morning, Kim. How you doing? Good morning from Chicago. Okay, so we've got a few in this morning. Morning, Philip. How you doing? I'm going to say I'm saying morning. I'm assuming everyone's in the US. So let's say good day, wherever you are. Okay, so we had a good day yesterday. Really nice. In fact, we've had two really good days, over $1,000 per day. So I wasn't expecting that at Christmas. So fingers crossed we get another good day today. Mike, how you doing, Mike? So let's have a quick glance at what we're seeing this morning. Okay, let's have a quick look at the Toad Manic Okay, let's just call you Toad. That's probably going to be easier. Canada. How you doing, Canada? Have you got it cold there? I think you probably have, haven't you? Okay, so this is the daily. Just having a quick glance at the daily. Let's have a great day, absolutely. So I get the daily. As we know, for the last sort of 12 months, we've been moving up and down this range, in this downward channel. So what am I expecting today? Okay, so we had this initial push, didn't we? We had a bit of a pullback, try to go once, try to go twice. We had a down day yesterday, which what I was expecting. I'm still expecting another down day, but we've had a little bit of push up this morning. But I am still expecting down. So that's just my thoughts on what I'm seeing. Hey Douglas, wishing you a profitable trading day. You too, brother. Morning, afternoon, Jacko. How you doing, mate? Okay, just quickly, I'm just going to quickly shoot back a couple of days. We had, I was expecting, the day before we had, I was expecting two pushes down. We had one push down, then we had a little bit of sideways, and it didn't make it before the end of the day. Yesterday, I was expecting a push down to here, and by the end of the day, we did hit it, and we went below it. So I was expecting a little bit of a pullback, but I am still expecting something like this. Let's have a look at that. Liraz, damn it, I'm expecting some downward stuff today. Now I know a lot of people don't tend to look back on days like this, but I know it's broken into individual days, but it's, if we look at this, each bar here is broken down into individual days, but the whole picture tells us we're coming down. So sometimes I like to just go back a couple of days and see what's happening. And there's a clear pattern of a downtrend. We are having some pullback there, pullback there, pullback there. We are having some pullbacks in between, but I am expecting some downward movement today. So that's just my thoughts. Let's get rid of this now. That's just my thoughts on what I think is going to happen. I've put my yesterday's highs in yesterday, although I don't think we're going to come up to that personally. So these are the overnights. So we've had this bit of a channel pushing up, bit of a break in new highs. So obviously I'm thinking down, but at the moment we're doing some sideways. So the market is open in about a minute and a half. So who else have we got here? Rodian, morning. Ronnie, morning. Brant, morning, Brant. Draw the trend from the red bottom one. This one here. Yeah, see, when I drew that before any of this happened. From the red bar to the left. That will be that one, yeah. Yeah. I'm assuming you mean that one. I don't know if it's going to work on mine. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, maybe. When I drew that, we'd only just started coming up here, none of this side. So, personally, I don't think it really matters anyway, because I personally think we're coming down. So, I don't think I need to put anything there at the moment, but I'm expecting some downward movement. So, Mike, I have relatives in Columbus, Ohio. Techno King, starving traders like starving artists. DZT, morning. Yesterday's my trade copy didn't close all my trades. Oh, you are kidding. I ended up with one account having a bigger win on a downtrend. Okay. I'm not exactly, that's the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous about doing multiple accounts. My trade copy didn't close. Is it the Apex trade copy? Now, I don't think it's a major issue now with, we don't need to be too concerned with it for some reason. I mean, you shouldn't be leaving your trades open. But if for some reason it didn't close one, I'm not sure what the deal is there. If it's an Apex one, but Apex have now they've put in place that a trade can't now be accidentally left open. It's auto liquidated, so it stops you from blowing an account. So it looks in this time it worked in your favour, but I'm going to have to look into these trade copies before I make a decision on whether to do more accounts or not. Okay, so market has just opened. So who else we got in here? Blah, blah, blah. Nemesis Turtle. Hi Lance, how you doing, brother? Albert Lopez, good morning. I've got to get your name right, brother, am I? Meraldir. It's a mouthful. Maraldir, something like that. I apologise if I've got it wrong. That's quite a mouthful, that one. Leading loser morning. My predictions for today, if we break 3830, which looks like we may do. I'm expecting down anyway. When we hold target for the upside is okay. Same morning. Albert Lupez. What indicators? Tick number next to your that one there, all that does is just tell me how many ticks in that bar, so it just makes me help a quick decision really. I probably don't use it that much now because if I see a good trade I tend to just do it. You can call me Ready. That's easier, isn't it? Ready, I like that. Ready, perfect. Ready, I remember that. Indicator, the indicator, let me show you. It's called bar size counter. A lot of thought went into that name. I got it from that website. Let's just move that out of the way a minute. www.mouthful ticktech.com. ticktech.com. Go on that website, and that was free. Just install it into NinjaTrader, and so ticktech.com. To be honest with you, you get used to seeing how you get used to seeing when a bar. I mean, for me, it was very much about how much was I risking, but it's not so much now. I can tell a sort of larger looking bar. I think you get used to it, but I kind of like the fact that it's there anyway. It's good because you don't have to eyeball. Yeah, so that one tells me what that one. This one here tells me what the previous one is. So, you know. Some people have the lines across there with the point lines, but I try and keep my charts clear as I can. Nemesis Turtle. is a news indicator free. This, I think I got part of Max when I joined Max. If you've not done any type of a course or anything like that, any type of an official type of a course, then I would recommend joining Max Group. It's $120 a year, so it's cheap as chips. And I think it's something to do... Oh, that's it there. Economic news, something. I'm pretty sure I got that from Mac. If you join his group for 12 months, $120, and there are extra tools on there and lots of bits and pieces which aid your trading. So, okay, this is what I'm expecting down. So, let me just see if we get any type of a... Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, so we got a new high here. Try to go once, try to go twice. See what happens here. Hey, Fife, how you doing, bud? What are you doing? Are you trading today, or you're just you're chilling? I love Max Toolkit. Yeah, it's useful, actually. It is useful. I definitely recommend, if you've not done any type of formal training, any type of course, or you've just picked up, I do recommend it. Because I think it's... I wasn't expecting that. Because I think it's useful. He's got lots of videos on this system, so I definitely do it. I would break a new high for a larger uptrend. I mean, it is possible. We're going to go up. I was just looking at this today, so it's I don't know how I got that there. I'm expecting down, but it might go up a bit first. We might get a bit of a pullback, or it might go up a bit and do a bit of sideways first. So, but my thoughts are down overall. I think it will come up a bit for a while. It could do, yeah. See, there is a bearish bar there, isn't there? But I think that's risky. You could say we've sort of had this little bit of a push up and another little bit of a push up, but I don't know. Break a new high of the larger uptrend. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. Have I missed anybody else? At the end of the day, before you log out, you just need to flatten. See, when you're closed Ninja Trader, if I sort of click here, if I've ever left a trade open, which I think I did in the early days on a demo, just I don't know, when I was just messing around and testing things, it does say you've got trades open. Do you still want to close down? So it does let you know. So in that sense, I don't quite know how people manage to leave trades open. If they're swing trading over maybe throughout the day, over a long period of time, then maybe I could see why. But obviously we get in a trade, we watch it, it finishes, or we close it down, and we're in a trade for no longer than maybe a few minutes maximum. So this type of method, I don't know how you can really, but I will come up a bit for a while. I think I will come in a bit. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm saying the larger uptrend is played out. It broke. This is the new high. So you said that was from there, didn't you? That one there. So I'm assuming you're thinking that, didn't we? We had a break. Well, an overshoot stroke break. Same the other side, 2 legs up. Let's see what happens. Techno King, second leg up. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a second leg up that high. It might be from here, maybe. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Let's get rid of that. Something like that, I'm guessing. Possible measured move to 3860 up here. A bit of measured move for here. Your first swing low to start. The trend is much lower than mine. Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's why it can look a bit odd sometimes on some people's charts. It does look a bit different. Yeah. Need to cut that candle. Come up from the bottom of the candles. So you're sort of coming from sort of here, are you? Something like that. Oh, is that a bit better? Okay, does that look better? That looks a bit better, doesn't it, break? 2 legs up to a new high. That doesn't look too bad on my chart, actually. Okay, adjust your channel to the lows of 14. 233. You mean that? Is that what you're doing, is it? Doing that, are you? Okay. Assuming you're doing something like that. Much better. Yeah, I don't generally tend to see. I still think at the moment, well, I don't know, it's hard to say, isn't it, really? I'm still expecting down at the moment. Although I always usually start with something like this. Let's see what happens here. Most breakouts are on a fail. Yeah, they do. See, but you say most breakouts. This, if it's a part of a range, then you can class it as a breakout. But at the moment, it's got an upward bias. So that's how I have my channel. Yeah, there's an upward bias at the moment, but I was expecting a little bit of a pullback after we've had this sort of measured leg down from the day before. I wasn't expecting to go that high. But let's see what happens. We've been moving up all night. Yeah. It's far from staying short. Yeah, of course we need more PA. Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on the day generally would be down. Let's see if it does get as high as that. That one's played out. Excuse me a second, I just cough. Sorry about that. Dear me. Ooh. Nicholas, the bigger chair. Yeah, the trouble is all our charts are going to be slightly different, so I could adjust it for one, adjust it for another, so it could be... I mean, as far as a channel, if we're going to incorporate all that, that doesn't look too bad. It sort of starts here, touches here, sort of comes here, so... The trouble is, it is still early days yet. We need a lot more movement yet to figure out exactly what it's like, so you can keep adjusting and adjusting, can't you? I mean, you could take it to there, couldn't you, and say we've had an overshoot and all this, but you know, so it's hard to put it somewhere at the moment which is sort of present and correct, isn't it? But if I like the way it pushes on that, we get some sideways movement there or a correction, and then we do something similar. So I'm guessing it's something like that. So we've had this one push up. Let's see if we get another push up. Let's have a look. Just look at the daily. Did have a little bit of news here, but I don't think it really did anything, did it? So it might have been that little bit of a push. Nothing major, I don't think. I did have a little affiliate ping this morning, so I'm guessing a couple of you use my evaluation key, so that's appreciated. I think we got this 90% off for about another 6 days. I know I went into my account earlier and it's got a 6-day timer on it, which covers the login on a mobile phone. So whoever used my code yesterday or overnight, much appreciated. Doesn't cost you anything more. Oh, you did, Technoking. Yeah, thank you very much. It's appreciated. I think I get about, is it about 10 or 15%, something like that. It all helps. With no entries. Yeah. It's always a way, isn't it? It is early days, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I've had a couple of good days, so I can't moan. Let me just switch my mic off just for 2 seconds. So, okay, I'm expecting a letter. I might have to knock and it might be a knock on the door and a sign for it, so. Ready. Did you knock on the door, you know? Just excuse me just for 1 second. Sorry about that. I was just expecting a letter. I had to sign for it quickly. Okay. So. Okay, bit of a pullback here. What do we do here if we get a setup? I think what we're seeing at the moment is certainly 2 pushes up. If we call that a measured leg, I'd say it's slightly going to get up here. So let's have a look. I'm expecting down, generally more down throughout the day, but at the moment we've just got to take it as we see it. So, I think we're going to get close to it, are we? Sorry about that. Or is it a range in day short term? Yeah, it's hard to say at the moment, really, isn't it? I'm just going on what I saw on the daily, where I'm expecting it to go. But we've had this push down, a couple of pullbacks. It may even come up here and trigger a sort of a failure. It's hard to tell. It might just be a pullback, and then we might continue down. But I think over the next sort of day and a half, I'm expecting some more downwards. But the trouble is, one bar, a little movement on there could be a whole day's worth of price action. So it's hard to judge, really. So frustrating, but it helps build patience. Absolutely, it does. Yeah. Sometimes it's a good exercise just to sit here and do nothing and just watch the market. Because that is part of the battle, isn't it? The patience to do it. I've got to say, when you are chatting with other people, it does make it a lot less boring sometimes, isn't it? And it does help your patience when you can sort of chit chat with other people. Because it can be a bit of a lonely old existence sometimes. But I suppose the beauty is we only do about 3.5 hours on average, so it's not a long day, is it? And when I was sort of learning, I heard stories about, traders work long days, 12, 14 hours a day. Well, it doesn't seem to be the case what we do. So we've had this push up, a little bit of a correction. We may be getting another little correction. We may drop out if we correct this little bit and we drop out the bottom and we can get something bullish around there, then I'll go long then. So Maximus, I like that. Very nice. Afternoon. How you doing, Maximus? I like that. Very nice. Maximus Dyramius, what is it? Maximus, I can't remember his name. Where are you from, Max? I'd like to know where people are from. So what was I saying? Yeah, if we do get this sort of a little bit of a correction in, we can drop out the bottom a little bit and end up bullish here, but close to this. Then I will go long, but it may just pop straight out and off it'll go. So, are you not entertained? Rossi can't beat Russell Crowe. Plays a great part, doesn't he? I don't know if anybody's seen him lately. He's about 19, 20 stone with a big, thick Santa Claus beard. Great film, that, wasn't it? Great film. Yeah, he does look like he could play a Santa Claus movie. No, it's not boring. No, it's not boring. I don't mind it at all. But yeah, it's just, what I'm saying is you can sit here for a long time without doing anything. I mentioned I was sorry. Okay. To push all through. Let's get to the point. Yeah, of course, yeah, I remember that, yeah. I was calling you out yesterday on the late day cascade. Yeah, it was a good day yesterday. I think that was, just under $1,100. I think that was the best day yet. I had $1,000 the day before, so it's nice to have it 2 days in a row. I wasn't expecting that at Christmas. I thought I can't remember what happened last Christmas. I thought trading was a bit hard last Christmas, but I can't remember. Okay, so you could call this a hidden second entry. So I'm just going to zoom in a bit here. And I'm just going to get an order ready. If we can get down here. Call that hidden second entry long. I need to get down here though. Okay, I am working tomorrow, so I won't be trading tomorrow. So we need to get down here a bit. Let's not forget I got this. Okay, I kind of like where that's going. If we can get something nice and bullish there. One leg down, 2 legs down. We need another bar forming really here. Probably drop out the bottom of it and end up bullish. That to me is a hidden second entry short. Let's see if we're lucky. I want that to finish there. Still looking bearish because I like the next candle to drop below it. If that turned bullish now, I don't think I'll be taking that. That's where I want it to finish, so count down. Okay, that's not so bad. don't come down here. Okay, so we can get something nice. So this is a bit of a... Okay. This is a bit of sideways movement, and at the moment I'm thinking, oh, this is looking positive, so let's get ready. I just need it to break higher than that. Okay, it might come up quick, so... Okay, a bit risky that. It is a hidden second entry. On some of your charts, that might be quite bullish. But it is a drop out of this range, isn't it? We've had a little push out the top, a little pull at the bottom, so I'm guessing we're going to come back into it. You could say that's a hidden second entry long, and I think it's likely it's going to come up back in. But that for me is just not a brilliant bar. The frustrating thing is, I could think, well, on some charts it's going to be a bit more, so you could take it based on that, couldn't you? But I just tend to like to stick to what I see on my chart. Let's see if we can get a higher low or a lower high, higher low. I keep getting confused sometimes. But I think it's likely we're coming up here now, probably at the top. So if was that bullish? Did that look better on anybody else's chart? I'm guessing it may have done. A lot of good trading quotes in Gladiator. I'm gonna have to rewatch it. Actually, I haven't watched it for a couple of years. The seam. I took it and got out. You got 4 points, did you? Oh, nice. Well done. No, rather bearish a bit. Almost the same. Yeah, it seems. Who got in a seam? You got... Excuse me a minute. Sorry about that. I'm getting this... Kirk. Yeah. I'm long 10. Good on you, mate. I was pretty sure that was coming up. It just didn't look brilliant on my bar, really, so I had to be on the safe side. Hidden entries are a double-edged sword. I did quite well with hidden entries, actually. I mean, you're saying hidden entry, if you just call that a short-term trend channel with a break and a new low, it's the same sort of thing as a hidden second entry. It's downwards, a bit sideways, and downwards, so it's two legs. And that's really what a second entry is. It's just two legs. But, I could think to myself, well, on that, there's bound to be some traders out there that goes up a few ticks by the time their data gets their computer. So I could take it based on that. But I always just like to sort of play it safe. Because I think it's a sensible option. Touch, yeah. But if we can get a higher low here, then I might take that, because I'm guessing with this sideways, we're waiting for a really nice bullish bar tight to that EMA, then to take us up that little bit further. And that's what I'm expecting at the moment. So we pushed up sideways, but I'm expecting it to get up here, or at least close to it. But whenever it comes back and you get that lovely big bullish bar like you did there, right on the... I'd have preferred that a bit higher. And then it just took off. So I'm expecting something a little bit better than that. Let's just not forget I've got this here. It may not come back again. I'm going to get rid of it for a minute. I'm expecting it to come up here now. I was hoping it was going to come back a little bit. I think when we get above here, then it's going to... way low off the EMA. Yeah, I don't even think it's going to get back. I think it's going to take off. Excuse me a second. Sorry about that. My daughter's just brought me a cup of hot honey and lemon. I love it when they have a day where they seem to care about you. Usually I get, I hate you. You're the worst dad ever. But not today. It's a good thing about being ill. You caught 3 points chicken out. Yeah. You took it off there, I'm assuming, did you? I mean, to be fair, part of me thought, well, you know, it's probably likely going to come up. We're clearly going up. We've had a little bit of a correction. Clearly 2 legs down. I'm expecting it to go up. These failed breakouts, so I was expecting it to go up anyway. But if I took it and it went against me, I'll be kicking myself thinking I've let myself down. So up until now, I think I've been... all the trades I've done in the last sort of 18 days, I think I've genuinely been true to what I think they are. A good trade. So I'd be going against my sort of beliefs and the way my mind's been focused at the moment, and I've been sticking to what I think's right. I had to leave that alone. So okay, so maybe we will get this. I mean, this could potentially be a failure, and it may be the fact that it is struggling to get up there, and we may sort of have a bit of a break. It's hard to say at the moment. I don't like the fact that that's pushed up and come straight back. I thought okay, maybe it's going to. So that could be a failure. It's not close enough to the EMA for me. I want it hugging for another push. Right, okay, there's obviously some shorts there, which is give it that little spike. That's a second entry short. People are, fade the breakout, come back in. The trouble is, I don't tend to fade the tops when we're in an uptrend. I only fade the bottoms, because if you fade the tops, it triggers and stops you out. So, yeah, I'd only fade the way we're going here, so we've come out the bottom, so I think it's fair to say we're coming back in, but the other way around, it's tough, that is. So, did anybody else go short there? Did they think they were fading it? And what did you get? Point? I don't think you'd have got 2 points, would you? Let's have a look. No, you'd have got a point if you're lucky. You'd have scalped if you're scalping a point. You was going to take the failure. Yeah. I mean, it worked well. It's pushed up, 3 points? But to get that next push up for me, it's got to come. That's got to be down here and nice and tight. And then for me... I like taking those trades because they just do not fail. Sam, you got 5 points. Good on you. I just can't buy the high. It's risky, that, isn't it? There will have been some who did short that because you could see when it hit the top of there, we had a quick spike. So it looks like we may get up here. Well, let's see. Room at the top. Unless it's a super strong trend. I don't think it'll keep going up more, personally. But I might be wrong. I think if we can get a good setup here, I think I'll still take it. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, that's quite a nice push out, that. It looks like it's 2 clear legs up. What's going to happen after that? See, if you look at the daily, we've had a big push down, a pull up, so we've had a little bit of sideways, haven't we? This could, if it goes any higher, turn into a possible failure, but it may just push up so much and come down, but this is just a sort of educated guess, if you like. And I have a touch on the bigger uptrend just before the last upward push. Yeah, okay, let's have a look here. Okay, that's a second entry long, but it needs to tick down below here before for me to be interested in that. But I don't like the way it's broken out. It went through a few stops and it struggled. So I think now we may, depends how this falls, we may get a bit of a breakout of this channel. I don't know. Didn't even get up enough to touch them. Yeah. I've got a feeling we may break out of this now. I just don't like the way we've had this You know, we've pushed, there would have been some longs in there, I dare say, that have pushed it up. It went through those stops, but it didn't really materialise into the move I thought it might, so we may pop out the side here. It's looking a bit sideways, yeah. Getting wedgy. Excuse me for sniffing away here. See, they are two of the same height, so you could say that's a second entry long. See how this finishes. It finishes lovely and bullish above here, but I'm a bit wary about that. Did I get rid of my order? No, I'm a bit wary about that. I think we're coming out just for a bit personally. I've been caught out here before, but you go long here, it ticks above and comes out, and you have two legs down, and then it goes longer, so possible it may go either side, yeah. I'd say we're going to have a bit of a breakout personally. The EMA's gone flat. I thought after this one, and breaking through those stops, it'd give it a bit more of a stronger push up towards here, but I think we might have to do a break first before we get a bit higher. We broken the channel on your chart, yeah. Thing is, because they do differ, you've got to trade it as, see, that's as tight as I can go to this bottom one. It's tight there. It's tight there. So we may just push straight up from here, but I think if you go long there, you might get caught out. And then what happens, it ticks above, triggers that, comes back, stops you out, and then finishes bullish, and it shoots up, so... You've got a baby break too, yeah, it's definitely breaking there. Let's see how this finishes. I'm going to get an order ready. The only thing is, the thing that's making me nervous is it's a little bit sideways, so we'll have to see how this finishes. If it finishes and engulfs this really bullish, then I might take it. We'll have to see. I don't think it will, though. Maybe it will. Okay, I think that's good enough. Okay, I like that. So where are we going up here? I'm just trying to think if there's any... let's put that there. One extra tick. There is a possibility of a trap here, but I can't see it. That's a higher low or a lower high, finishing on its high. So I don't think it will. So I still think the trade's good. That's given me a bit more confidence. So I think we're still going higher. I'm going to take this up and follow it up. Let's see. Okay, I think that's a good trade. I think there's no doubts about that. Especially as this pushed back down and pushed up, so I think we're all good. I can't see where there'll be any stops here. There's no area to short really, so what I might have to do is just carefully follow it up and just try and get maybe a few points out of it. Okay. Sometimes you get suckered into these and they keep going higher, so I'm going to be a bit careful here. I'm just going to leave it there. But I think we're going to push a bit higher. But what I don't want to do is, okay, that's okay. What I don't want to do is keep pushing on. I think it will. But it has had a new high, but get a bit higher? I think it will. I don't want it to be too hasty. I usually like to get minimum 1-to-1 if I can, so might be a case of 1-to-1 here. So let's bring that a bit lower. Put that about there, I think. If we can get above here, then I think we're going to hit there. But what I don't want to do is, let's put that there. Oh, shouldn't have moved that, should I? There we go. Okay, what do we get there? Voila. 4 odd points. Okay. I think that was a great trade. That was. I love the position of it. I love the fact we've had this short-term trend. You can call that a break. It sort of is, and it breaks out the side, new low, pushes up, a little bit of a bullish bar, comes back down, gives us a higher low, nice and bullish. That's close enough for me. I like to take him hugging that, but just the way that pushed back up, I think we just needed a bit more of a correction before we pushed higher than this. So I was happy about that. So what do we get that? Say $450. Let's have a look. 4.5 points. That'll do, mate. I like to get a minimum 1-to-1. 4.5 points. That's a nice start. Anybody else get some of that? Someone must have got some of that. SW Blaze, you got some, I'm assuming, by those money bags. Right at the key entry point. Yeah, I think that was okay. See, it has gone up. Trouble is, once it breaks here, where did I get out? I don't like to be... Oh, I got out here, so that's all right for me, that was. It may go a bit higher, but I don't like to be too greedy. Because if you wait, sometimes you wait too long, it can come back and kick you, come back down to here and kick you out, and you could be kicking yourself. So I tried to, your scalp to point. Come on, Kirk, seriously. That nice move, and you got a point. I thought you had balls, mate. Snag 3, good on you. I got around 250 for 2 contracts. Brilliant. Yeah, 1 point. Yeah, if you got something, that's good enough. Kirk, I'm a bit disappointed, I've got to say. You're probably the most experienced one here, and you got 1 point. You need to take a good long look at yourself, sir. Asim got 3.5 points. Good on you. No, 3.5 points is good. Once it gets up there and starts to go a bit sideways, I think it's natural to say, I think it's time to guarantee. It's always nice to guarantee some profit. It's just nice because you haven't been too greedy, and I think if you can do that, you're going to probably last a bit longer. I know. Come on, you shaved yourself. Put your hands in your head, mate. Give yourself a good talking to. Nah, if you got anything on that, you've done all right. So, is that, do we say 4.5 points plus 4.5 points? Happy days. Okay, nice positive start to the day. And how long we've been going? 45 minutes. That'll do, mate. Looks like it's going to get up here, doesn't it? That's that measured move. Okay, so my initial thoughts about a good strong push down gone right out the window. But you just have to... I mean, that's my initial thoughts, just what I think's going to happen. But that's the trouble with the daily. It may... it'll do something like this. So it may... it might push above here and then start to come... It's hard to say. But we did have a very strong push down over those 3 or 4 days, so perhaps it might correct a little bit more. But, let me do... Side chicken out. Come on, Jacko. You got something though, didn't you? Mike, those of us that didn't get a setup on the chart, good job for not taking it. Exactly. That's why I left that. Some of you guys might have got a good trade there, and I didn't. A good setup there. Although I liked what it did, and I was pretty sure it was going higher. I've just had this thing now that I just have to follow the rules. It doesn't work any other way. If I you know, I know for a fact by looking at that, that is not a good setup. Although I think it's probably 90% it's going to go up, but I just can't take it. And I just have to do the right thing, you know what I mean? And if I follow those rules and stick to them, I should continue to prosper. It's when you start to bend them and it's the feeling you get if that goes wrong. Oh no, I've done it again. You know, I've slipped back into those old habits. So if you didn't get a setup and you didn't take the points, good on you. You made a good decision. Check out, you got 2. What's the indicator you're using? Sharon. Welcome, Sharon. I think you're a new face. Welcome. Where are you from, Sharon? What's the indicator? What do you mean exactly? You mean this, or you mean the only real indicator I use is this, the exponential, the 21-day exponential moving average. The rest aren't really. That's the sort of only thing I would call an indicator. If you're more specific, I can let you know. My bar, there was 13 ticks, all green. Yeah, I get nervous about those all solid bars. I do. I like to see it push down and then push up. So that tells me that the sellers have tried to push it down and the buyers have said not a chance and they've won over, which tells me we'll likely go higher. But every tick is someone's idea of an entry. Absolutely. There's so many different people. I'm from Israel. Oh, you're really welcome. Here for the first time. Nice to see you. I was going to go to Israel. My mum and my stepfather spent a lot of years in Israel just doing certain things. He was military. He was in the British military and he did some stuff and he did loads of undercover sort of stuff and he spent a lot of time in Israel and he absolutely loves it. He's quite religious now and he lights all his candles and, you know, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, Israel's on my... I nearly went there years ago. I lived in Cyprus for a couple of years. My stepfather was in the army. We couldn't go at the time for one reason or another, so we ended up going to Egypt instead. But it's on my lists of places to go, so you're very welcome. First time here, yeah. Good to see you. Kirk, no indicator, pure price. Yeah, the only indicator we use really is the 21-day exponential moving average. And we use it really as like a magnet. You can see every time it comes away, it comes back to it. And that's where we tend to like to take our entries, just on it or slightly above it if you're going long. The only other things I have on here are just that, which tells us what the current bar is in ticks. There's our 2000 tick counter counting down, and that just tells us what the previous bar ticks was. Asim, I'm from Egypt. Actually, are you really? Beautiful place, Egypt. I went there, it was probably about 20 years ago now. I just went there for a weekend. We did a quick cruise for Cyprus. Went through Cairo. Most craziest place I've ever driven. I think they said rush hours from 5 in the morning till 12 midnight. Cairo's craziest place you'll ever see. There's about 5 lanes, but no one uses them. They all just they drive everywhere on their horns. It's toot toot toot, move out the way type of thing. But absolutely stunning place. Pyramids, absolutely exquisite, incredible. It still fascinates me, that place. I'd love to do one of the cruise down the Nile. I think maybe in a few years, but stunning place. Very friendly people. But some of Egypt looks like it almost is back in the biblical days. It's just got that rawness to it, which is incredible. But you're located in the US now. Yeah, excellent. Finally, some Egypt is trade. Right, okay, that's good. I know Apex apparently in some countries they haven't branched out to some countries yet. I don't quite know why. So. Never drive in Egypt if you're not. Yeah, it's crazy. I remember on a bus going through Egypt, going through Cairo. Crazy. Really, just it's a different world out there. Different world. They have lanes, but no one uses them. Yeah, crazy. Right, if we come back to here, will I take that? Probably not, actually. Although we may get a steady uptrend of sorts, but just the way things have been going lately on the daily, I tend to think it's not going to last that long, but what do I know? Excuse me a second, I'm just going to have a cough. Sorry about that. Douglas 112 watching only 6. Don't worry about the likes. I'm not interested in making money from YouTube. I think you need millions of subscribers for that. No, I'm purely here really for your help because it makes me accountable. So I'm not one of these scalp the like button types. YouTube doesn't really interest me. This is just a platform to meet up and chat with a bunch of like-minded traders with the same interest of me, and this just gives me some accountability. I'm less likely to do something stupid, so trust me, I need you more than you need me, put it that way. So what we're going to do here. So what I will say is we have yesterday's highs here, so there is a possibility. I'm quite shocked, actually. That's really not what I was expecting. But hey, there you go. We all need each other. Yeah, we do. I've been doing this. I've been trading for 2 years, but I've just been doing this system for 18 months. So there's going to be people more experienced than me, yeah? And there's going to be people less experienced. And, I had no end of help when I started. I used to pester people to death. In fact, someone, I forget his name now, he messaged me last night. I think it was quite late. But he had something on his mind he couldn't figure out. And when I got the text, it reminded me of me. Sometimes I had nights where I couldn't sleep because something was... I just couldn't... At one point, I couldn't figure out failed second entries. I just couldn't get my head around them. And did we count from the bottom? He went, well, we count from the bottom and count from the top. So it just... But no, I had a quick chit-chat with him last night. And he was... I was trying to explain something to him, but when you haven't got a chart in front of you... But I'm quite happy. I was quite happy to help him because he felt like me maybe 12 months ago. So I love it if people ask me something and I can give them something that somebody told me 12 months ago. It's just passing it on, isn't it? We all help each other. It's not about making money out of each other. It's just about helping. The reason I put that discount code on because I know it doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you anything extra. So... But I did say to the guy, if he's on the stream, I'll explain it. I forget what he asked me last night. It will come to me, I think. Oh, he was on about hidden second entries. He was trying to get his head around a hidden second entry, and I said, if I'm on the come on the stream, and I'll explain it when I got a chart in front of me. And that actually is probably a good demonstration of a hidden second entry. Normally, a second entry, this one would have to break higher, wouldn't it? But down, a bit of sideways down, so it's 2 legs down. So if he does come on, I did say, just remind me and I'll explain it. Watching you helps me avoid stupid trades. Having you watch me does exactly the same. And it does. I think if you're there all rooting for each other, I think you do make better decisions, and that's the only way you progress forward. Now, someone said to me, you're not taking it serious enough, and I'm thinking, I'm spending half my life. But he was right. I'm just not taking it serious enough. I've got to treat it as like a proper, as a business, as a career. And I just wasn't taking it serious enough. And, when he told me that, I went away and thought about it. And I'm thinking he's right, actually, because I'm taking stupid trades. So I'm clearly not taking it serious enough. So, when I started just taking proper setups, things started to work. As I sort of knew they would, because I'd read them 1,000 times. But sometimes trying to get it into your head is easier said than done. Jacko, hey Lance. It was me if you want to work on it now here. It wasn't you, was it? Where's my phone? What was it? Let me have a look. What was his name? Oh, it was you. It was you. There you go. Right. Good example, that is. Hidden second entry. Now, normally, a second entry would be something like this. Yeah, we got a new high. Try to go once. 2 legs, basically, yeah. So you can see that, can't you? First entry. So that's a second entry, yeah. That one breaks above there. So what you're basically looking for is down, up and down. So basically 2 legs, okay? That's a standard second entry long, and that would be, yeah. This one, as you can see, it's exactly the same, 2 legs down, but one of these bars doesn't tick higher. Does that make sense? So it's a hidden one, so it's there. You could see went down a little bit sideways, or a green one, which gives that, okay, you know, a little bit of idea that we might be going higher and then down again. That's an obvious one. That's a hidden one because it's sort of hidden, if you like, if that makes sense. Jacko. I hope that makes sense, mate. Let's have a look at it, the difference between a standard second entry and a hidden one. You'll sort of work it out, I think. Okay, so there is a bit of a possible long there, but risky in my opinion. There's no real setup. Now and again, I do take something if it isn't a setup, but it's got to be a really good bar. But that just is a bit risky for me. I think we may do a bit of sideways, or we may start to move down. Just my opinion. So I think that's a risky long. That there isn't a setup anyway, I don't think. No, oh yeah, I got it. Yeah, it does take a bit of your head getting. I mean, second entries, for some reason I couldn't get me around second. Well, failures. They're quite easy now, I know, but I had some funny nights. I did. Sometimes if I had something playing on my mind when I went to bed, it was just on my mind, and I'd have to get up. I'm a bit obsessive like that. So I don't. If you message me anytime, mate, I don't mind at all. For me, it's just, you know, passing it on. I had tons of help. Of course, yeah, I just noticed on the phone, El Jacko. Got you now. So there you go. Hidden, standard second entry. Hidden one where it's not actually technically counted, but you can see it's 2 legs, and you could class that green bar as a bit in the middle, couldn't you? And down. But yeah, it's one, it looks like 2 legs down, but doesn't actually tick above. They call that a hidden. So if you went long here, I think it may get stopped out. I don't know. G money for someone with who is aggressive, taking it too seriously. It's bad because you will try too hard. Yeah. It's not about trying hard, it's about waiting until the right move. Yeah, absolutely. And staying out otherwise. Yeah, it is. Yeah, if you took that long, see, you got stopped out. I think after it broke this this measured move and went a bit sideways, I would be staying out longs. I'm not saying it's not going to go higher, it could well, but something like that. There's no real setup on my chart anyway, and it's not close enough to there. But let's see what's going on. But, you know, I remember reading Mark Douglas's book. He said, when you can do it, when you've cracked it, trading becomes easy. And when you think about it, you've got to sit here patiently and wait for a setup. Now, we all know what a good setup looks like. You've got to sit here patiently and wait for a setup. And when you see one, you take it and commit. And when it's done, you forget about it and move on to the next one. So when you think about it, it sounds easy. And when you can do it, and you've been doing it for a long time and making money, it is. But getting to that point just seems shockingly hard. I can't put my face on it. I'm going to have more questions in the future. Hey, mate, you can lay them on me. I don't mind at all. If I can help you, if I can't help you, I can put you onto someone that will. But no, I don't mind, mate. I sent messages to so many people that I couldn't get mad, and they all helped me. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just passing it on, and people are happy to help. El Jacko, Spanish for the Jacko. He didn't lose a strong resistance. That's 3865. So around about here, around about the midline, isn't it? Thereabouts. So that's a second entry long, but just a bit wary around here now. We've had that last push up. We've made this measured move. Whether we're going to get up to yesterday's highs, I don't know, but that's just a little bit too below the EMA, and it's a bit flat for me to go short, long. You could say it's a little bit of sideways and it's a failed breakout and it's in the right direction. But thank you, Lance, I really do appreciate it. It's all right, mate. I know what it's like when you learn. It's hard. Drives you around the twist not knowing stuff. I get a bit obsessive about not learning things I do. If I learn something new or I get a new hobby, I buy all the gear and I just obsess about things. But I have to say, I think being slightly obsessive, learning to trade is a good thing, because you have to be obsessive. I think you have to spend a lot of time, and there's never a day goes by where I don't look at someone else's chart or read something. My whole life seems to be about trading. It's my whole focus in life at the moment, and I think sometimes it takes that to be persistent enough to keep going, because it's not easy to learn. It takes time. It's by far the hardest thing I've ever had to learn, and it's cruel sometimes. It can suck your money up, and it can chew you up and spit you out. And I had many days where I came upstairs, just lay on my bed and thinking, what am I doing? Why do I feel like this? It's awful sometimes. Let's see how this finishes. When I go long here, I kind of hope it doesn't finish. You could say that's a failed breakout. Something I don't like about it, though. Something is ringing alarm bells with me. Don't ask me why, but something is. It could continue to push it and keep going up, but something's ringing alarm bells with me. It's consuming. You're damn bloody right it is. It does. You certainly, do you know what? I've heard people describe a journey as part of their life, something they went through. And I never truly understood the meaning of the word journey until I learned to trade. And it is a journey. It's full of ups and downs. It's full of good days, bad days, mainly bad. And it's hard. So I trade sim over the weekends. The beauty about sim is you can go back onto the bars, can't you? And just, you take everything to the right and then you just click the arrow button and you can bring the bars back like this, and you can go through a day like that. I used to do that sometimes over the weekend. I think we're coming. I'm thinking down a little bit maybe at the moment. That's just my thoughts. I might be completely wrong, but I don't know at the moment. Jake, hello from across the water, Kentucky. It's one of my favourite chicken, that. Welcome. You're welcome. There's a lot of people watching today. 112, I think that's the biggest by far, I think. So the trouble is, the more people there, you start to lose track of who's who, but I'm pretty good with names. So I think we're good. Trading can turn into gambling. Yeah, it certainly can. In a lot of cases, I've never been a gambler. I've had the opportunity to do it, but it's never really interested me. So I think I'm lucky there, but sometimes you sort of are gambling. Because I've done it. I've done 6 evaluations in one day once. Fortunately, when they were on the 80% off, but I was purely gambling. But I was that frustrated and angry. I was just literally just doing it out of pure frustration. And you can feel pretty low at times. You really can. So you've got to be careful. All I say is you need to have risk to be able to learn to deal with the emotions, but all I would say is keep that risk as low as you possibly can. And I would say evaluations, but wait till they're 80% off and 90% off, because it's a lot easier to deal with losing small amounts of money than large amounts of money. Same Lance, never gambled at all. No, I've never been. I used to play some fruit machines when I was in my younger, late teens and early 20s, but never just. I did something called matched betting for a couple of years. There's a few websites in the UK that do it. And what it basically is, you're just taking advantage of the free bets that the bookies give you. And there's a few websites that do it, and they provide you with a software to match bets. So you it tells you to make a bet of your own, say bet £10 on, say, Liverpool to win, and you get a free £30 bet, and then you use a different calculator, and it works out you make about 80% profit on every free trade you do. But it's not gambling. But if you're a gambler, it is easy to get sucked into it. But it never did with me. It never interested me, so I was quite lucky there. But sometimes when I was taking some of those evaluations, I really felt like, Christ, am I getting addicted to gambling here? But fortunately, gambling doesn't really interest me. Fortunately, but we did have a sort of distant family member that ended up losing their home from gambling on horses. Home, business, everything. See, this here is a possible failure. But the way those bars are stacking side by side and we're going sideways, that's a bit risky for me, that is. You could also say that if it breaks above there, there's quite likely going to be some shorts trapped there, because that's also a second entry short. So if that breaks above there, you might see a quick spike. But it's too risky for me to go along there, I think. Does poker count? Well, I suppose it does, yeah. There's a bit more skill in... Yeah, a little bit of a spike there. There's a bit more skill in poker, isn't there? Yeah, I think poker's different than gambling on horse racing or something like that, or fruit machines. Because there's quite a lot of skill in gambling. It is a game, isn't it, really? So, I don't know. No, I don't think you could consider it gambling. Maybe, I don't know. It's a game, isn't it? It's a card game, so... just wondering how much higher this is. I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute break. I'm just going to nip to the bathroom. Sorry about that. I'm back. So look. Okay, so that did push up a bit, but I didn't expect it to go, which is why I sort of left it. How far did it go? Okay, you'd have got a point out of it. It ticked above it. I think it's losing momentum. I don't know. It might start off in a new, slightly less stronger upward angle, but or you could adjust. No, I can't see how you'd adjust that. No, that looks okay to me. That does. Clearly had a break and a new high. So, planes staying in the UK, long term. That's me. What Well, I've had. Well, do you know what it is? I got chatting to a guy, Joe, his name is. He's from Norfolk, and he was a teacher, and he went over to Dubai about 10 years ago and to teach, and he was stayed out there for a year and absolutely loved it. And he came back to the UK, and for some reason he got into trading, and he traded for a few years. I forget how many. He said 4 years or something, and he started doing really well. And he told me he was earning about 300,000 a year, but he was paying about 140,000 a year tax, which made him feel sick. So we decided to go out to Dubai, and he still lives there, and he lives for less than he pays tax in the UK. So that 140,000 a year comfortably keeps him. He's earning a lot more than that now, but the good thing about Dubai is, the good thing about being a trader is you can go anywhere you want in the world, can't you? There's, as long as you've got a computer and internet connection, the world's your oyster. So I have had thoughts about that, but I've mentioned it to my wife and daughter. Would you ever maybe think about something like that if things went well in the future? My wife would. My daughter went, not a chance. So she's 14, so she's very much, I think, lockdown, she suffered a little bit of anxiety, so I think, going out of our own town at the moment is a big thing for her, so I don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I don't know. But yeah, your uncle lived out there, yeah. I did look into it. Isn't futures tax-free in the UK? No, it's not. No, it's classed as an income. Unfortunately, I wish it bloody was. So I've considered it. I don't know. Maybe if things go well, I might take my wife and daughter on holiday there and then see if they get a feel for it. But I did some research on it. Strangely enough, in the Middle East, it's actually the third safest place to live in the world. It's very different from what it used to be. The rules are relaxed. You can drink out there as long as it's in local hotels or bars or properly licensed places. You can pretty much come and go as you want. Walk around in bathing gear. It's different. They're not as strict Islamic wise on women as they are in a lot of other sort of Islamic parts of the world. So it's a lot more relaxed there. It's, it crosses my mind from time to time. It's spread betting. Do you know, I don't know, mate. I just assumed it was. But any type of trading is a form of income if you're making money from it. I can't see how the UK government will let me away with it. I don't have to look into it, but maybe you know more than me. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you're right. Can you wait for a better setup on slot machines? Exactly. Slot machines don't take patience. They just take how quick you can get your money in the slots. Been out there to visit. Left wallet in a taxi in the drive, made a 40-minute. Yeah, I have heard stories like that. You're supposed to feel very safe out there, and people are very honest. I think if you get into trouble out there, it's quite harsh. The punishment's relatively harsh. It's not as bad as it used to be, but some places in the Middle East, I don't know whether Dubai's the same, but you get beheaded for adultery, don't you? So, I don't know. But I know it's relaxed. I've heard stories about, there was a British DJ groove rider about 5, 6 or 7 years ago went out there, and he borrowed a bag from a friend, and apparently they had a small amount of cannabis in one of the pockets. Just a tiny amount. And they had this machine out there which picked it up, and they threw him in jail for 2 years. So now I think if you go over there with any type of illicit substance, they just deport you, which is obviously a bit better option. And it's things like cocodamol. We have cocodamol over as a strong painkiller, but it's I believe it's cocaine based, and that's a big no-no there. So, but it's tax free. You've got the weather out there, better quality of life. And it's safe. I've thought about it, but I don't know. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. Technically, you can classify anything as gambling. Yeah, you eat, you can cheat. Absolutely. Yeah. It's like any type of business, isn't it, really? I mean, if you're, I don't know, you're building something for somebody, you buy the materials and something goes wrong, and, you know, was a risk in anything, really. But I think if trading futures in the UK was tax-free, I think every bank and every hedge fund would all be trading there. I think they'd ditch the stock market and then they just trade futures. So I wouldn't have thought the UK government will let you away with that. But it is something I'll Google when I get a minute. But okay, so we're coming up at a... Just trying to think if there's sometimes, if you can't see something at the bottom, if you pick it from the tops, I'll give you a bit of bigger picture. Okay, I know I was done. Let's have a look at that. What does that look like? Okay, if we're trying to pick a trend of some sort, let's pull this out of the way a minute and get rid of that a minute. Okay, touch there. That doesn't look too bad, does it? Probably actually push that a bit higher. Yeah, okay, maybe. Where have we missed G-money? Is the point and system? It's the point and system, like, yeah, when you place a bet with your money. So, yeah, you're gambling with money. Yeah. I'll get too wrong. Julian, I would like to have lived in China during lockdowns. I suppose that's a good thing about being a trader. Things like lockdowns don't make a damn difference to you. I suppose it's one of those few jobs, really, that's never sort of going to stop, is it? You know, the markets are always going to open. They're always going to trade. It doesn't matter to us whether they go up or down. I mean, it could be a complete collapse, market collapse. The market starts careering down. That's great for trade, isn't it? You just got to find a slight setup and away you go. Just follow it down or up. So we're quite lucky in that sense. You don't have to worry about losing your job, getting made redundant, getting sacked. You don't have to worry about not turning up to work. You can choose your own hours. So there is a possible second entry long there, which I kind of sort of second entry long. Let's see how this finishes. Might get into this. See how it finishes. Okay. That's something about that I don't like. Okay, no, actually, I think it's okay. We got a little bit of sideways here. You could say that's a... okay, I think that's okay. I don't mind where it is. The risk is not too bad. Okay, I don't think that's a terrible trade. Might be wrong. I usually like it closer, but the way it's pushed right the way through and come back up, and we've got this bit of sideways movement, I don't think it's too bad. We have respected all this coming up, haven't we? So let's see what we can get, see if we can get something out of it. I'm going to give it one extra tick. What I'm hoping is going to happen, well, I'm not hoping, I thought if that ends up bearish, you could say that is a possible failure, which may trigger and then push up and give us a lower high. I don't know, we'll see. This ends up bullish then. I think we're okay. Maybe we might get a higher low. Let's see. I think with the fact that we're pushing up, I think it's okay. It's definitely a second entry long. I usually prefer it a bit closer, but I think it's pushed through enough to get me to have a go at it. Let's see what happens. So this could be a lower high if this breaks up here. Okay, I think that's going to get me. Yeah, okay, that's a shame. Okay, oh well, it is what it is. I'm still up a bit, so it's not the end of the world, but okay, it's probably going to go up there anyway, isn't it? I'll give it an extra tick. If I give it 2 ticks now, would it make a difference? No, it's still okay. So let's put that one down as a loss. Okay, I'll work out what I lost in that, but I'm still up a touch, so I'm not too bothered with it. I thought it had to sort of come down or out at some point, didn't it? Excuse me a second. Okay. Right, okay, so that's the first loss in a few days, so that's okay. So we did have this trend, but yeah, it is sort of moving a bit. I thought you could class that as a little bit of a failed breakout. I usually like them a bit closer, but the fact that it seemed to have dropped out of this range, and I thought we may be moving up, which I thought it was worth taking, but let's have a look. Let's see if this is a breakout, because that is a second entry long. See what happens here. Let's get an order ready. I don't like where it is. Signal bar will be tradable. Yeah, the only reason I traded it, I mean, the signal bar itself didn't look too bad. I prefer it a bit closer, but it's the fact that we had a bit of sideways here, and you know the breakouts failed. So did it break out? I suppose maybe it didn't. It pushed in, so maybe this might be the way in. But okay, yeah, that would have been probably a better option, wouldn't it? But I'm not a fan of taking them below the EMA like that, so see if we can get a higher low. Let's take that up. Perhaps we are coming up to this. Is there 2 matching highs before that entry? Don't know. See if we can get a see if we can get a lower high. Or higher low. I keep getting them mixed up. Okay, let's see if we can get a higher low. We should have kept hold of that one a bit longer now. But it's gone. I say it because I was unsure. Yeah, the only reason I took it is because I thought I was class it as a failed breakout, but it technically didn't break out, did it? It just it didn't. So okay, I get why it lost, but I'm fine about it because I thought it was okay. See what happens here. Now I'm wondering. Try to go one straight. I think if it breaks above here. I think there'll be some stops there, so let's see what happens. Stops might be here, they might be here, but let's see how this finishes. I'm going to drop mine in there and take it on the engulfing bar if it pushes up. hopefully it'll break above here. Because I'm guessing new high, try to go once, try to go twice, failed, that triggered. Nice bearish bar. So I'm guessing there are going to be a few shorts in there. And that, if it finishes bullish, will be a higher low. Okay. I'm going to leave it there, I think, because I prefer it to tick above there. In fact, I am going to take it down one tick. I think it breaks above here, it'll break above that, and I'm guessing there's going to be some shorts in there. We've had a breakout of this, we've had a breakout this range, and we've had a breakout the trend. New low, and that's a lower high, or a higher low, whatever you want to call it. So I'd expect it to go higher, and I'm thinking this for me is a possibility. That's 11 ticks, one above it, so it's 3 points and a tick risk. In fact, I'm going to take that one tick up because I'd rather it get higher than this before it hits my target, because I think that may give it a bit more momentum. Okay, so that stays where that is. Let's take that up there a bit. We'll see if we can hit that. I'm going to give that one extra tick. So if we can get above here, then I think that'll give us a bit more momentum. We've had this uptrend. We've clearly had a break. Wait for the lower high or higher low. We've had a breakout the range. We've had a breakout the channel. So I'm thinking higher. I thought there may be some shorts in there, short stops in there. In fact, I think there might be short stops, but they're likely, I think, to put them above there. So I think we need to get up here to be safer. Yeah, new high, try to go once, try to go twice, failed, which triggered. I think their stops are likely going to be above here, so if we can get up another couple of ticks, then I think we're good to go. This might be one of those trades that take 5 minutes. Let's see. But if we can break above here, then I think that's where the stops are likely to be. And that may give us a bit more momentum. Yeah, a little bit of a spike there. So hopefully we might get some movement now. Let's try and get some of our profit back. Now I think what I'm going to do now is take that tick that I gave it. Hopefully this may be a target up here. Yeah, sometimes when you think these ranges can't get any higher, they just keep on going. So let's put that see what happens. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the way this is finished, but perhaps we may get a failure. You could see that as a second entry short, so if that ticks below there, but I think if we can get above here again, I think we're okay. But we have broken and made a new high, and we so it may be losing momentum, so let's sit tight. Let's sit tight. I think the trade's okay. I was hoping that might tick below there a little bit and possibly get in some shorts, then break above there. That might give it a little bit more momentum, but sometimes you've got to trust your trades. I love the fact that we've sort of clearly had two legs down. What am I thinking? I'm thinking down here, am I? Sorry. We've had this breakout. We've broken out this channel, clearly. We've broken out the bottom of this range. We've had a new low, and we've had a nice big, quite positive looking bullish bar, higher low. Exactly where I like to take in it. So I think we're good to get up there. So I think I don't want to be a bit hasty and panic and get out. I want to try and give it a little bit of space. Hopefully if we can break above here. I'll try and get above here. It is struggling. Sometimes it takes a bit of time. It's my profit target based on risk reward or levels. I tend to like to go for a minimum 1-to-1, but I sort of make a judgment on where I think the market's going to go, and then I sort of do it accordingly. So 1-to-1 usually minimum. See, there is a second entry short here which is triggered. So if we can get above here and not come down anymore, then I think we're okay. But it remains to be seen. Did I give that an extra tick or not? I'm going to give it one extra tick. If we can get above here, I think we're okay. So let's see how this plays out. So we've got a new low, trying to go on once. You could say that is a possible failure. Let's see what happens. So if this finishes bullish, you could say that's a possible failure then. We shall see. Yeah, no worries, bud. No worries. This is where it's useful to have nerves of steel. They're trying to push up. If it finishes bullish, then that'll get me back in the game, I think, and give me the confidence. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. I think that's good. There we go. It's finished on its high near enough. Yeah, that's perfect. So, okay, you could say that's a failure. I kind of like consider taking that one as well, but I think the sensible thing to do would be to stay out of it, but I think if it breaks above there, because that's a failure. Yeah, I'm tempted to take that, but if I'm going to take a loss, I'd rather take one at a time, so I'm probably going to sit tight, but if we can break above here, I think we'll see. But I think we need to get above here. I think it was an impulse trade. I thought the trade was good because we'd had a breakout of the range and we'd had a breakout of the channel. 2 legs down to a new low. That's a higher low right on the top of the EMA, which is exactly where I like taking it. So I think the trade was good. Sometimes they don't always just push straight up. Sometimes they'll go up a bit, come back a bit, go up a bit. I mean, if you look back here, I took that one, it went up, came back a bit, went up, came right back up, that. But, so sometimes they do take time. And, sometimes it's not always you're in and out of a trade in a matter of, seconds. Sometimes you are. But sometimes you've got to be a bit patient. I see some of Max and I see him take a great setup and it comes right down and it hits exactly the same low and then ends up going up. So I think sometimes you've got to be patient. So what I'm hoping is we get something. I think if we can get above this one, we can break above it. Let's get that out of the way. It's just confusing things. If we can get above here, that would trigger a failure. Now, it's a nice big bullish bar, that. Okay, so we've had this break, and it is sitting just nicely on the EMA, and I'm expecting it to go higher. So if we can break above here, I believe that that's going to push it further up. Now, that is a second entry short, so there's probably going to be some shorts in there. So if we can get above here, then I think it'll push it up, and then if we can get above here, I think we're okay then. But there's always a possibility we're going to get stopped out, but it just depends. We're a tick away from being stopped out then, which is why I tend to give it an extra tick. I'm not saying it's not going to come down, but we'll see. What I need to do is get above here. That one extra tick has helped me out quite a few times. We'll see. If we can get above here, I think we're okay. It does look like it's coming down, I've got to say. It's not looking good. One tick below and I'm done, I think. Okay, well, it is what it is. I thought the trade was good, but it is what it is. So we're down, what are we down? $250. Okay, it is what it is. I thought that was a good trade after that. Perhaps that might have been the better option, but it is what it is. Let's have a look. Okay, so it's going to happen sometimes. You're gonna be down. To be fair, I've had 18 days in a green day. So it's not the end of the world. It does happen sometimes. You're not going to have great days every day, but considering what's happened so far, I can live with being that. It could have been a lot worse. So let's see what we're expecting now then. Let's have a bigger picture. Yeah, no worries, mate. It is what it is. See, I still think we're going to go up at the moment just to break this high. Oh, sorry. I think we have, haven't we? Yeah, it did break this high. Perhaps I should have taken it up here. I don't know, but there's no point in worrying about it now. So that was a loss and that one. So we've had one win and two losses. Is that right? Okay. See, I've not had two losses before in a day. Not since I've been doing this anyway. So it might, thinking about it, can I explain why? Then yeah, probably could. It was a sort of a higher low. It is a bit congested there, so that might be it. But it did go up and make a new high, and I think it went to however many it went up, made a new high. So so it is what it is anyway. So what did you say? You got to stop drawing your trend channels. Well, we did have a break of it, didn't we? And it went up and made a new high. So everything seemed to play out like that. Started here, touched here, touched here, touched here, touched here, broke below, pushed back in, went up, made a new high. So it did sort of play out, sort of start touched here. So I don't know. It's like, the trouble is you can draw them, you can keep drawing them and keep drawing them, and sometimes you get people say draw them like this, draw them like that, and it's just, you keep adjusting, keep drawing. And it just gets confusing then, doesn't it? Let's get this out of the way. Yeah, it just gets confusing. See, where do you bring that one to here? So it fits at the top, but it doesn't quite there, does it? That's the thing, it's just hard to... The thing is, you do have to keep adjusting them and broadening them sometimes, don't you? Okay, let's see what's going on here. It played out whichever way you look at it, didn't it? So I waited for it to go up. I was expecting this. It may get up to here, which is why I took that. And how far did it go? I think it went a 1.5 or something. Where did it go from here? Yeah, so it got 1.75 out of it. And I was expecting it to come up to here, which is why I held on a bit. But it's all right. So look. Just bear me a second. I'm just going to go to the bathroom quickly. Okay. Have a look. this, even if the channel was like this and we had a break out of it, 2 legs down and a break out of this range, I'd expect it to push back up. So it did, it played out, didn't it? Whichever way you, even if you leave it like that, it doesn't really matter how you do it, does it? It pushed out. So, okay. Yeah, see, that one broke out. I think that would have been the better option, but I just don't like the fact. Whichever way we come out, anyway, it's all by the by at the moment. Let's have a look. Let's figure out what's going on here anyway. So, okay, so that's the first day with 2 losses. Okay, let's try and figure out what's going on here. I'm trying not to dwell on them. There is an indicator called RSI, yeah, relative strength indicator. Another one called movement convergence divergence indicator. So, yeah, I use the one I used to currency trade, but I've not done them on this. I know Max sort of teaches you to. This is the only indicator you need. So, still waiting for a 12-20 point pullback off the 70. 75 is resistance. This is yesterday's highs. That's why I held on a bit there, because I thought we may be coming up there. So maybe we are. Maybe we aren't. But I'm only down $240, so $250, so that's not terrible. It could be worse. Yeah, if I look at that trade there, I took that as a failed breakout of this range, but it didn't actually break out because it closed in it, so I just misjudged that one, although it was a second entry. And that one, now I look at it, it's just, excuse me a second. Sorry, coughing fit. That one, it's just there's 3 bars back in back, so that normally would have put me off. I was just concentrating on just where it finished. And in all fairness, it did trigger and it went up and made a new high, which was what I was expecting. Unfortunately, I held it because I was expecting it to come up to here. But maybe there wasn't much in it, to be fair, was there? What did it go up? 2 points. Yes, it got 2 points out of it. So it scalped out for a couple of points. But I suppose as I'm looking at this, it is losing upwards momentum. So perhaps thinking it was going to go high as this, perhaps I was a bit naive on my point. But, you know, you live and learn, don't you? You just got to leave them, try and learn from them and go on. But for me, that was a little bit of sideways there. So perhaps I should have left that. Although it was a failed breakout. That one, I treated, judged it as a breakout, but actually went up and closed still within that range. So... but I think that was probably the better trade, although I didn't like the candle as much, but that went, obviously did the job, didn't it? But let's try and work out what's going on here now then. Let's put that like that at the moment. Maybe as we're getting some sideways stuff, we'll see. I'll see what happens. Really, you would like to see ES retest the 50. I'm having a rubbish go today as well. Yeah, I mean, I've had $2,000 days, so you know, you're going to get some times that are a little bit tricky and you misjudge. It's all part and parcel of it, isn't it, really? But yeah, I mean, you could draw this a dozen different ways, couldn't you? You know, it sort of works here, it works here. That's considered a break. When you break, you usually pull, you know, which we sort of did, but it didn't quite have the momentum I was expecting to get up here. But yeah, it is what it is. You're not going to get it right every time. You know, you make a judgment, you know, quite quickly, and it's not always the right one. For most, it is, and that's just what you got to base it on. Okay, so let's just pull that out of the way a minute. Okay, so we seem to be sort of doing a bit of sideways at some sort of fashion. Would you go short there? EMA's a bit flat, isn't it? I think it's risky. We have had a push up, we've had a new high. No. It's just too risky at the moment. The picture isn't clear for me yet. Your trade set up when it appears in context. Stick to the rules once you've taken 20 trades, evaluate. Yeah. So that's triggered that one. But I think it's a bit risky myself because we seem to be going sideways and taking something right in the middle, right on that midline. I think for me it's a bit risky. I got to be, now I've had these two losses, I'm down a bit. I want to try and get up that green back. So I want to take just careful trades. You could take that as a you could take that as a failure trap, couldn't you? And push up. Would you do that, I wonder, or would that be stupid risky? One push up, two push up. I think at the moment, taking a trade around here, I think if you put an order over here, that's a possibility. I think there may be some shorts there. It's hard to say, but it's just a bit risky at the moment, isn't it? The EMA's flat and it's just a bit sideways. I think the sensible thing to leave alone. I certainly don't want to do another losing trade, that's for certain. Yeah, that's a bit congested there, isn't it? Should have left that one alone. I treated that as a failed breakout, and it actually didn't break out. It closed the same level as this, so... Yeah, well. Oh, what do we think's happening then? Do we think anything like this is happening or not? It's a bit early to say, isn't it? Today I'm 2 for 2. Oh, I'd stick with them as I should. Got other stuff to do. See you all. Yeah, take it easy, bud. Take it easy, Kirk. Have a great day, mate. It does. See? No, it's alright. I was going to say on the 10,000 tick chart, it does look like it's making a sort of a couple of legs down, possibly getting to here, so it may push down a bit, but start with the short-term trend channel first, then wait for the... Yeah. I think what it was is that a few people were saying adjust it to here, so I started messing around with it, and some were saying adjust it to here, some were saying adjust it to, so I was messing and adjusting it, and I just got out of sync. Now are we moving down here? Let's have a look. Let's put that there. So we had that short-term trend channel, didn't we? We're going to break a new high. Now that's assuming we're coming down. Fail second entry will be a good trade. You mean here? Boom, boom. Well, that has failed, isn't it? But the trouble is, at the moment, it's a bit choppy, isn't it? Are we going higher? Are we going to hit this? Are we going lower? It's hard to say at the moment because it's a bit choppy. And when it gets like this, the sensible thing to do really will be just to sit and wait and let it play itself out. You know, it's okay thinking we've had a push down, we'll have another push down coming down to here, but it's just risky at the moment. You could say, okay, let's treat this one as a higher low, but are you done? Are you? The yes futures day trader. See you all next week. Yeah, take it easy, you Bill. Welcome, Bill. Yeah, I mean, we've had a push up, we could have another push up, we've had a push down, we could have another push down. It's just hard to say at the moment. I just know my next trade, if I take one, needs to be a good one, because I've had 2 losses, and that's the first time I've had 2 losses, so I need to make a good decision for the next one. Okay, see, what do you do here? Do you call that a second entry short if it goes down? I'm thinking 2 legs up. You're thinking 2 legs up and then a new low. 2 legs up. So we've had this push down, haven't we? Perhaps we'll see what happens here. Let's get rid of that for a minute. See, I'm still thinking up at the moment until it tells me, any, otherwise. So we've had this good strong push up, haven't we? And then we're going sideways a bit. That could indicate we're going up again, but it's just choppy at the moment. What is my win percentage? I'm not sure actually. I would have said it's somewhere around about 85%. I would say. I think I've had, what have I had? 7 trades. I think I had about 7 or 8 trades in a row there after that one, and then take 2 losses. So that would be 80% over the last 10. But I think it's about, I've not had 2 losses in a row, see? So I would say it's around somewhere around 85% at a guess. But I've not really, I've got all my charts saved and written down. I just haven't gone back. I haven't had a look. All I'm trying to do is focusing on getting green days. See, I had a day like this a while ago, didn't I? I was down quite a bit, and I managed to get up about $25 in the green by the end of the day, and then the following day I had $1,000 day. So, got to keep it in mind. Sometimes you have it a bit tough, and you feel a bit, I don't like the way I feel here, but you just get on with it, and you move on to the next day, and then sometimes you get I've had 2 $1,000 days in a row, which I didn't expect this around Christmas. So, I'd have been happy with 2 $500 days over the last couple of days. So the fact that I've had 2,000 is more than compensated for that. Yesterday's pre-market high. I think we'll have current resistance. Let's have a wee looky. if we break that, then we'll have end of the year rally. It's just so choppy at the moment, there's nothing really you can do. What's your minimum profit target? I kind of like to get 1-to-1, which always seems to be around about 3.5 points, somewhere around there. So I kind of like to get that. If you didn't have a down day from time to time, I'd stop believing it's real. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to happen, isn't it, from time to time? I've had a great run. I did the evaluation, and then I think this is day 11. And I've had green days all the way. Day isn't over yet. But so, you just make a bad judgment. That one I took quickly. Looked like a failed breakout to me, although it didn't. It did break out, but it closed in. So that what I was said then, and that one breakout, whether it's breakout from here, but I think the fact that there was 3 side by side, and it didn't finish on its high. Although it did trigger and it went up and it made a new high, which is what I was expecting it to do. I just held out because I was expecting it to come here. So you hold out and sometimes it comes back on you, and that was it. But it is what it is. You just got to move on. Quality back, no trades ever lose. Never a loser to show you on a chart. Yeah. So, what's going to happen when we get up here, you reckon? Yeah, it's certainly trying to go higher, isn't it? It's not shying off, is it? What's the... Yeah, Mac's last live trade was... He doesn't trade lives, did he? He did say he tried it, but he didn't get on with it. He thought it affected his trading detrimentally, so... Let's see what's going to happen here. Okay. This is where I was expecting it to go. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Brand, yeah, it's about... You just read it as best you can, but I think every day you trade, every week you trade, you just get better and better at it slowly. You notice, you notice the pitfalls. I can see what I did wrong there. I can see what I did wrong there. But I'm at the level where I can see where my trades went wrong, and you just learn from them. And you get better and better. You notice these little things where things go wrong. Now we have the push up. I was expecting it to get up here. See, because we had the break here. I mean, wherever you draw that trend channel, really, it sort of breaks. But it obviously needed to do a little bit of sideways stuff before it finally got up there. Not that we're there yet, but interesting to see what happens when we get here. Yeah, S2. I see what you mean about the 5 ticks of resistance. The thing is that at the time, I'm expected it to push up to here. That's where I think it was going to go, but obviously it had other plans. But the problem with that trade, I think, is I like where it finishes. The fact that it's a little bit congested there. But it is 5 ticks up, yeah, thereabouts. But I was expecting it to go up, which it sort of did, but not as strong as I was expecting. It could have done. It could have carried on, come back here and gone up a bit more, but other things in mind. What's going to happen up here? Yeah, I gathered you were talking about Mac, yeah. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen here? See, if I look on the daily, we've had a good strong push up today, haven't we? Are we going a bit sideways, or is this going to turn into a possible failure? It hasn't ticked above here yet. It's hard to say, isn't it? What happened last time? It's possible we could have a bit more of a pullback, isn't it? Because we did have a very strong push down initially, didn't we? Just give me a quick 5 minutes. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm just going to make a quick cup of coffee. I'll be back with you in 5. Okay. Cough it up. Oh. Okay. Now what's happening? It doesn't seem like anything's moved. Oh, it is. Right, what are we doing now? That's better. Bit of caffeine, okay. Let's see if we can touch this then. Right, does anybody think we're going to get rejected off this, or we're going to push through it? What do you think? What are your thoughts? It's frustrating to take two losses there when you get this big old move to go up. Are we going to keep pushing up? Break new high time for reversal. You're thinking reversal, are you, Jacko? Brant, watching for a potential flatter channel. Starting at your first blue arrow? Blue arrow? Is that what you mean? First blue arrow. One there, that's not how you spell blue, and two the green. Is that what you mean? Your first blue arrow. Arrow low. Yeah, blue. Come on, mate, get a grip. They're green, aren't they? Oh, sorry. Your first one, sorry, I got you. So what did you say again? Watching for a potential flat channel. Flat channel starting here. Flat channel. Not sure what you mean there. Flat channel starting here, there. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, right, I got you. About there then, yeah. Oh, here. Oh, I see what you mean. A flat oh, channel. Yeah, channel. You're about there. Yeah, I suppose it could be. I suppose let's see what happens here, doesn't it, really? A shallower uptrend. It's just the way you said channel. So you mean trend, yeah? Trend channel, sorry, channel. I thought you meant range, sorry, mate. I'm losing my marbles. Okay. I got you, okay. Okay, so that indicates we could just keep going up, couldn't we? Not a range, yeah, sorry, mate. I thought you had range. I got range in my mind for some reason. Okay, let's get rid of that anyway. Just a less angle of attack. Yeah, do you know, I kind of don't mind that this has happened, because it had to happen. I've had such a good run. I've had literally, after today, the equivalent of about 4 weeks, 5-day weeks, solid green days. And I'm surprised myself at that, to be fair. So I'm not glad it happened, but I'm going to use it as a good learning tool to show that sometimes as good positive green days, and as good as that counts moving up, sometimes you are going to make quick, rash, poor judgments, and you're going to lose a couple of trades here or there. So I'm just going to use that as a useful learning. I don't think they were stupid trades. Just maybe bad judgment. I think that was a second entry long. On another day, it may have worked. Because obviously we're in a range, and usually when you get to the bottom of your range, they push up, don't they? And obviously with an uptrend, one would think they were going up. But I treated it as a failed breakout, but it didn't really. Although it broke down here, it did push back up. But it was nice and bullish, so you would think majority of the time that would probably then go up. So that would explain that one. Maybe just not a brilliant trade, but not a terrible trade. But and that one obviously a little bit of congestion. But we did sort of break this range and channel. So although it did trigger and it did move up and it did make a new high, I just held on to it thinking it was going to get higher. So, I'd say I'm using them as learning tools. That sometimes things go wrong. You are getting some use of your Apex code for all that great info. I think over the last month it's built up to, I think, about $85. So that's fantastic. I'll keep that I'll keep that for another 100 years and buy myself a nice Porsche with it. But no, it's a bit of pocket money, isn't it? I think when it gets to $100, I think you can withdraw it out. I think, but I thought I might just leave it in there, let it build up. I think, but yeah, I appreciate it. Anybody using my code, I only put it up there because I know it doesn't cost you guys anything more. But yeah, I'm kind of all right with the fact that happened because it was going to at some point. You're not going to have great days every day. Not that the day's over yet. But sometimes it happens and you've just got to, you have to accept it, and I feel all right about it. I was a bit frustrated for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Nice bottle of scotch for not the bottles I drink, mate. They're about 30 or £40 to go. I tend to like the single malt ones. I try and get them when they're on sale around about the 25 quid market. But yeah, all else. Of course it will. What am I on about? Of course, plenty enough for one, isn't it? Sorry. You only trade one Apex account? Correct. Yeah, just the one. Now, the reason I just do one is because this is the first time I've managed to get some consistency. And I've blown plenty, so I figure while I'm blowing accounts, I only want to be blown one at a time. If you're doing 5 accounts at the time and you're constantly blowing them, I'd say bring it down to 1 until you get one of them right, and then. But assuming everything keeps going to plan, once I get a payout, or I might wait till I've done the third one yet, then I may, if I can get to the third one, and then if I take the fourth one, a little bit more money, then I may get a few more, maybe 5 more. I don't know. I'll see. Sharon, where am I from? UK. You probably know that, don't you? Were you the one from Israel? I think you were, weren't you? Were you from Israel? So yeah, you might mistake my accent for somewhere else. But yeah, UK. I live in a place called Shropshire, which is about 50 miles west of Birmingham. I'm sure you're from Israel. We had a little chat earlier. Was that you? I think it must have been. I think it was. You might have to remind me. You're up here somewhere. Where are you? You're up there somewhere. Ah, there you are. Where were you? Israel, yeah, I thought I was right. Yeah, I live in the UK. What is the number above the price line? That one there. That one is, we trade a 2000 tick chart. That's just 2000 counting down. That's all. A lot of the time it comes down here, down the bottom right hand, but I like to have it in my eye line. It's just, that counts down from 2000, which just stands for 2000 trades, really. We've bust straight through that, haven't we? It stands for 2000 trades, and I just like it in my eye line so I can keep an eye on what's going on. That number's the current ticks on the current bar, and that 9 there is the ticks in the previous bar, so it just gives you an idea when you're making decisions what, how many ticks or points your risk is. Emily, one more day for me, and it will be 289 days. Excellent. And $100 or more. That's brilliant. That's really good. Made every day consistently. Fantastic. That's what it's all about. If you can get it consistent like that, the money's going to follow you. So you're New Zealand, Emily, aren't you? Yeah, we know that. New Zealand. So you're, what are we, 10 to 7, 10 to 6, somewhere around there. 10 to 6 probably. Still early. Okay. Yeah, it's a shame about this. It could have gone up there here, couldn't it? But obviously it decided to do something else. I think the trouble is I wouldn't have drawn that channel anyway until it would have bounced off here anyway, and then if I did draw it, the tops would have been there, but obviously we didn't have that option until these trades went south. But I was expecting up. It's just unfortunately it didn't want to go there. Could well have done. It didn't quite have the legs for it. Toad, that's easy. My wife has some relatives in Derby. Oh yeah. Visited before the pandemic. Quite lovely. Derby. Yeah, that's probably about 70, 80 miles from me. Derby. Yeah, it's okay, the UK. Depends where you're from and what you expect, really. It's obviously, compared to places like the States, it's a lot sort of more quaint and quieter, and everything's a lot more small than, you know, it's a lot more greenery in this island. We're all crammed into this little island. But yeah, the UK is a nice place. You know, I've got to realise how lucky I am sometimes. There are, you know, considering some places that you could live in. So you could even, if you wanted to, drag that trend channel down to there. And put that like that. So kind of that would fit as well, wouldn't it? You know what I mean? Touches here. It seems to work better on the tops there, but let's pop it back here for now. If we're saying that, then it's obviously clearly broken out of there, isn't it? So let's just see what happens. Scratch that shallower channel. Scratching that. What do you mean, mate, scratching that? You mean getting rid of it? Not sure what you meant then. You might have to elaborate. How can I download that plugin? This one here. Is that what you mean? The bar counter. If that's the one you mean, I'll show you. Should pull that out of the way. There is bar counter. If I click on it, that's where you get it from. The website www.ticktech, ticktech.com. And it was free, that was ticktech.com. It's just called bar size counter. Aptly named. Right, rubbish. Scratch that shallow channel. What do you mean shallow? This one here? You on about bring it down here? What do you mean? Not sure what you mean. Oh, you mean here, that one. So that would be 2 legs up, wouldn't it? So maybe something like that. Maybe. Would you incorporate that into it? Is that what you mean? Don't know about that. Let's have a look. I got rid of my shallow. What do you mean? This one here? Yeah, trouble is, I think when you're talking different charts, sometimes it can get a bit confusing, can't it? See, there is a short-term trend channel there, short-term trend channel there, so that's like 2 legs up, isn't it? Back here, and then it sort of starts again, so it's quite hard to trouble is, you can keep messing around with these, can't you? And then you end up you're about getting rid of that one, so you could take that one back to here, couldn't you? Maybe give you a... We'll see what happens anyway. Let's leave it like that for a minute. Sort of touches there, top's a little bit better. I don't know, it's so hard to say. Yeah, the bar counter, yeah, you got that then. So yeah, it's just, we're obviously cleaning a bit of an uptrend, aren't we? This is the one I'm looking at the moment. There's sort of 2 pushes up there, isn't there? So look, we'll go from there for now. Yeah, it's hard to say at the moment. Some of these, trouble is, well, that's when you draw these bigger trend channels, sometimes they push out and they develop, and it turns into a bigger trend channel. So it's a bit hit and miss sometimes, isn't it? Let's see what happens here. Let's see if this is a bit of a breakout. See if it comes down to here, and then see what happens. Let's see what happens. One big channel since market open, and then a few short. Yeah, it probably is. It probably is. If you go from here but the trouble is, until we sort of come back in and then maybe further up it, you've just sort of got to take it as it goes. We had this more steeper channel, and it's sort of less of an angle of attack. But it's quite hard to keep swapping and changing. Do you take it from here? Do you take it from here? You know what I mean? Sometimes I don't draw these as much. I tend to start with the small ones and see how we get on, but then they develop into bigger overall channels, which then do give you a bigger overall picture of what's going on. So that sort of... That's where that measured move plays out to, so let's just get rid of it. It's just in the way a bit. Okay, touch. That's sort of right, isn't it? There's sort of two legs up in there, I think, isn't there? See if this comes as a bit of a break. Perhaps it might come down to here and retest this. It's hard to say at the moment. It's a little bit choppy, a little bit. It's very subjective. And I think you do fine without us barking. Well, yeah, everyone gives their own ideas and their own opinions. Sometimes, though, like I think it was the other day, someone said, no, move it from here, move it from here, move it from here, and you could end up moving it around and you can get a little bit mixed up. I think what you have to try and do is put it to where you think it's right. See, other people might spot bigger trends before me. You know what I mean? And I might draw a trend and someone thinks, oh, yeah, of course, that I didn't see that. So, we all see things at different times, don't we? It depends. You know what I mean? What I used to do on another screen is always keep a picture like that on another screen of a blown out picture, so I don't have to keep zooming. My eyesight's not what it was, so I don't have to keep zooming in and out, but I tend to keep it quite close so I can get a bit of a sort of a picture of what's happening at the time, and you can sort of miss an overall picture a bit there, but we've kind of sort of got a leg up, a little bit of sideways and another leg up there, and it sort of fits within this roughly start here. You could start it here, but then the tops wouldn't match, so that's sort of in a fashion, is it? But ultimately, it's the short-term trends where they go are important as well, aren't they? So let's see if we get a couple of legs down here. The only reason I left that there is because if we were taking another two legs up, that's where it would probably come to. Yeah, we so often get a day like this, don't we, where we have that big sort of slow curve like that all day. We had one the other day, but it wasn't as wide. It was a little bit more. Where was that? No, it wasn't that. I think it might have been. That was it. Yeah, we had that big slow curve down, didn't we? And we had that. This is a bit of a wider channel than that, I think. So, yeah, it sort of isn't. So we might. So I don't know. We're rambling on a bit now. Okay, we've broken that down, and we're going to break up here. We've all got our own ways of doing things and moving things and adjusting things, haven't we? That big uptrend sort of works. Big push up, another push up, and then we're sort of moving at a different angle. Another push up, another push up. So we have what does look like a break of this. If I bring this further over, that's going to be an issue. So it looks like we've had a bit of a break of this. Douglas, I'm a Jacko. You do you. You have the P account. You have the YouTube channel. You're doing great on that. Yeah. Yeah, it's that, isn't it? You know, we've all got our ideas. Part of the reason why I come on here is to get other people's opinions as well, and to chit chat with other people, because, you know, we're all different experiences. But I think ultimately you have to go with what you think. It's certainly good to look at other ideas, but if you're not sure, I think you need to stick to what you feel's right. You know, and so yeah, it's you know, I'm you know, I'd rather people have an opinion, because I might be missing something. But you know, I think, yeah, you got to be careful of changing things if you don't feel comfortable with it. You've got to go with what you feel works. But I think what's more important for me than getting all this right is taking good entries. I think that's what's got this up a little bit. Because I generally, obviously not today, take good entries. But, you know, this is a breakout of here, and when things break out, they tend to go up, and they sort of did in a fashion. But that one, although you would think we're going sideways in a channel, when we come right down to the bottom, we'll usually go back up. And we're in an uptrend, so it's feasible to think that's going up. And I did, actually. And I also considered it not only second entry long, it was a failed breakout, but it didn't actually break out. So I think that was maybe a little bit unlucky there. That one, maybe the same, a little bit unlucky. It had other, you know, it was feathering out sideways really and moving up at a sort of less steeper angle. That one, the setup was okay, but the context was wrong, because I thought actually new high, try to go once, try to go twice, failure. I thought if that triggered, then we get a reasonable push up, because I thought there'd been some shorts there trying to pick the tops. So that was a bit congested. So ordinarily over the last couple of weeks, there'd have been majority of the time I'd have probably left a trade like that alone. But you know, you live and learn, don't you? We make bad judgments from time to time. You know, I think the judgments I've made so far over the last few weeks have been pretty above average, and I'm pleased with the way things have gone. But you are going to have days, aren't you? It's not all roses, is it? I've had two really good days, probably two of the best days I've had. So let's see if we can get something here. So we're expecting it to go up still. I think so. We are in this sort of slightly less steep trend, but it is towards the top, isn't it? So but it is a trend, and it is a break. So as you go along there, I suppose you have to treat that as an uptrend at the moment. And let's see, it'll have to be nice and tight above this and looking solid, I think, for me to get involved. Anyone find it on TikTok yet? No. I don't know. I got it about a year ago, so it was free, so I don't know whether it's still there or not. But okay, so that's sort of, this is clearly a break. Let's see what happens. EMA is still pointing up at the moment. Excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. See, there's a trend coming up. That trend may end up doing something like that. So hard to say at the moment, but that's two legs down anyway. Well, the second one's a bigger leg. Let's see what happens. But it's going to have to be a damn good setup for me to take it up here. I kind of like the way it might be retesting the top of yesterday's highs, sorry. We've pushed above it. We've come back, tested it. Possibly test it. I'm going to get an order ready. And if I get it, I'm not going to try and be greedy and maybe just try and take my 3.5, usual 3.5, 4 points, and then get myself in the green. I think that measured move is pretty solid. Might take a second entry long off here, mate. Yeah, it's going to have to be a good one for me to get involved. I don't want to be losing a lot on the same day. I'd want this to push down further and then push up bullish. I don't want it to be equal size to that. That's an alarm bell for me, that is. It has pushed below, so that's... It's going to have to be a good one for me to take that. Let's get it ready. Okay, that is a second entry long. It's broken below there. We are in an uptrend. We've had a break. Let's see what happens. There's quite a distance to the top there. There's 4 points, I'd say, depending on how it finishes. So will it materialise? I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit there. I'm not calling that congested yet because there's only 2 bars. Let's see what happens. Okay. Oh, didn't give me it. Don't shoot off. Right there. Okay. I'm going to give it an extra tick. It has triggered. So, see how we get on. I think it's a good bar. It's broke below there. It's bounced off the top of there. We've had a break out of this trend. 2 legs down, second entry long. It's a good trade, I think. I'm not going to be greedy. I'll take it up to the top here. It'd just be nice to get back in the green. Yeah, if I take it up to here, that's below the top of this trend channel. So we'll see. I'll be happier when it breaks above here, which is the first. What I've got to try not to do is lose my bottle. It's easy to lose your confidence when you've had a couple of losers and get out of a trade before you think you should. So many times I've got out of trades and they've just kept on going up and up and up and up, and I'm thinking, all in all, I'd have been better off waiting. I'm just trying not to be too greedy, but I'll get it up here somewhere if it continues up. See, it's very easy when it pulls back there to panic and jump in, isn't it? I think the trade's good. It's a second entry long, right off the key entry point. Bounced off yesterday's highs. So I think the trade's good. It's not congested. There's only 2. Should be nice to get up here. I don't think there's going to be any shorts there, so I can't see it pushing hard above there if it does. I'm just going to take it close and see if I can't just snag myself 3 or 4 points and get out of it. Just want to get back in the green and I feel a bit better then. So let's get ready to follow her up. But let's give her the room. Okay, I'm all right for a bit of a pullback. I don't mind that. Sometimes the pullback then gives it that little bit more momentum, so I'm okay with that. Just going to get my stop and follow it. So if you think about it, we've had one leg up and a bit of a pullback. Let's see what happens. Set no king called it a day. Everyone have a great day, mate. It's good on you. Did I give that 2 ticks? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Okay, I'm all right with that. We've had 2 legs down, haven't we? Bearish bar, first push up. I'm okay. I'm just hoping it's not 2 pushes down like this. Okay. Now I'm a bit nervous, especially with the day I've had so far. Come on, push. Should have taken 2 points already. Yeah. A lot of times where I do that, though, and it goes a lot more, so I try and get 1-to-1 now, which I probably nearly did, didn't I? I don't know when it went. What did it go? Let's have a look. What was it about here, wasn't it? So it went to 3 points. I'm expecting a new high, see, which is why I held on to at least the new high. See, it is a higher low, isn't it? You just don't know, do you? Could be sort of 2 legs down. It's hard to say, really. It's easy to get out of a trade and then it ends up pushing, but it does seem like it's struggling a bit, doesn't it? But we've had 2 pushes down. Perhaps we're going to get 2 pushes up. It's hard to say, really. I think the trade was good. I think it's going to go high. I'm expecting it to make a new high. Sometimes it's just, I know sometimes you can doubt yourself because I'm down a bit and you've had a couple of bad trades, and it's very easy to jump out of a trade when it's got potential. So sometimes you just got to have that little bit of nerve, I think, and follow it through. I think more times I've got out a lot more times. It's gone a lot higher than where I got out. So which is telling me I should have stayed in a bit longer. But I think what I don't want to do is lose anything more. So I may just, we'll see how this finishes. I'm going to leave that there because I don't want to come out with a loss. I'm thinking it's still going to push up, but I'd rather take something than nothing. Let's just see where it finishes. In fact, I might give it as much room as I can so I don't lose anything, but I still want to give it the opportunity to push up. No, okay. It is what it is. Okay, so I've got to tick out of it. It probably is going to go up, but I just didn't want to take another loss there, so perhaps it's doing something. Yeah, look at it going now, see. And ends up going where you think it's going to go. Sometimes it is what it is, but see what I mean about sometimes you just got to have that confidence. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Wait a second. Yeah, it's going a bit sideways, isn't it, there at the moment? Let's have a look. Took the same trade, did you? Might put up a video later since I've been off. You should do, mate. It's definitely helping me. It's making me make better decisions. Getting a bit of second. And I still think it's going to break higher than this. I don't know. I'm just losing a bit of confidence because of those 2 losses. So I'd rather not take a third loss. So although it was about a tick or something, but what was it? Tick. Yeah, it was a tick. $25. At least it covered the rent, didn't it? But I just don't like the way it's going a bit sideways there. Yeah, from past experience, a lot of the times I try to get 1-to-1 or 3.5 points. I tend to like it, and that sort of didn't quite get there. And I'm expecting it to make a new high. When it makes a new high, that's when I tend to jam me stop in there and get out quickly, or keep it close and just hope it's going. But that's why I tended to wait there because I think the trade was good and. Based of what happened here was a higher low, and I still think it's going up. I still think it's going to turn into doing what I expected it to do. Call me Sam, by the way, instead. Yeah, I knew your name was Sam, but you mentioned it on the email, but I know some people don't like always giving out their names, so I didn't want to assume, but yeah, Sam. Yeah. I think the trade was good. That was a lower high. I think it's going to get up higher than this, but the way it's going sideways and the way my luck's been today, I don't want to. I'd rather come out of it and just refresh. Same trade, different chart. Let's have a look. Jacko sent me a picture. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, yours look better. Jacko sent me a picture of his. Yours look better than mine, actually. Well, yeah, they sort of do, don't they? But I'm expecting it. Cheers for that, bud. I'm expecting it to make a new high. And if I'd have been in profit, then I'd have probably sat on this a bit longer and waited for it to get up there, because it looks to me like it's going to do, but it's just... Things are just slowing down a little bit, and it's just giving you that. And when you've had a couple of losses, it just knackers your confidence a bit. But I didn't lose. I think it was up about $18 after fees. But yeah, it's just got a little bit choppy around here. Push up, a little bit choppy again. Push up, a little bit of sideways. So it's getting a little bit harder to trade. We're getting this big sort of... Doesn't look like it's going to be hard to trade, does it? But sometimes it can be a bit fiddly and a little bit misleading. It says good. Yeah, I think the trade's okay. We've broke out of this channel 2 legs down. I'm expecting a new high. Sometimes it pisses around here for 5-10 minutes before it eventually goes up. It's just whether you got the nerve to do it. And based on me being a couple of $100 down, which is not a huge amount on the grand scheme of things, it's just making me think, oh, I don't want to lose another trade. Thank you, Jacko. Very kind of you to say so. Your account will remain open as long as you keep paying. Yeah, and as long as I don't keep blowing it. I kind of wish now, because I think I paid for my P account about 3 or 4 days before Daryl decided to make a one-time payment. So I'm going to be paying $80 or $85 for the life of this account. But hopefully $80 will seem like peanuts once I'm earning. So... But the plan is, once I get to, I don't know, once I get maybe the second or third payment, and I'm starting to believe that, you know, things are going well and it's working, then I might wait for another deal and then pick up some more accounts, maybe another 4 accounts or 5 accounts or something. I did have a look on the Apex website yesterday, and I know some guy... I think he took out nearly $500,000, didn't he? Have something like 30 or 40,000, or he took out about £500,000. I couldn't believe it. I think he had 10 accounts. Did he take out something like 60 or 80,000 in one and 40 odd in the other 9, or something along the lines of that? It just goes to show they're not scared of. See, as we've... Yeah, see, the trouble is, you could say, depending on where you draw your trend channels here, you could say that is already pushed up and broken, made a new high. So it's tried to go once, tried to go twice. It could feasibly come down here. That wasn't as super clear to me. To me, that was 2 legs up, and then we pull back to here. So maybe that's what sort of has happened. Vince over 1 million in 4 months. Good God, it's nice that that's happened, because it just goes to show that Apex, now they're not going to be paying out £1 million without making something off him. 2,300 grand accounts. Finally got the 4th month. Well, no limit on the maximum payout. Had a few $100 grand in a single account. You're about this guy, yeah? This Vince or you? 140 grand. See, there's no way Apex are going to be paying that without copying his trades and making money. If he's earned 840 grand, they'll make 84,000 quid off that, which is way more than they're going to make of a bunch of guys failing evaluations. So it's nice to know that they will pay it. Kind of glad I am got out there now, actually. Sometimes, see, they won't make a huge amount, but I held on because I was expecting to break this high. But yeah, it is what it is. Vince, that's his name, Vince. Bloody hell. Well, still show you they took the post down, did they? It's still on the actual. Yeah, I know what you mean. You think if they were paying that sort of money, people would want you to see. Because that's sort of good news, isn't it? You know they'll pay it, but I don't know. Some people get offended by it. I don't know why. I love seeing people doing well because it gives me inspiration. If you see someone else doing well, it makes you think you can actually do it. I think people making a lot of money, they don't want their names and locations on the site. Ah, right. So perhaps it was taken down on his behalf. Yeah. He's earning that sort of money. You don't. He doesn't want anyone finding out who he is or where he lives, does he? Yeah, it's definitely getting slow today, isn't it? I'm just wondering whether there's less people trade. What's the date tomorrow, is it? Oh, I thought it was the day before New Year's Eve. It's not, is it? Yeah, see, that sort of seems to be working, doesn't it? You could say we've had a break at a new high, bit of sideways. I am still thinking we're going to come and break this, but it's taken a long way. It's going a long way around. Redacted his name and the other guy's name on the Apex site, yeah. Perhaps they just need to put an initial or something and say he's from the US. Keep it simple. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps his wife doesn't know how much he's earning. You never see a picture of Mac from Pat's anywhere. No, I don't suppose you do you? It does make you wonder when you've heard. I mean, I've heard the guy probably 4 days a week for the last year and a half. In fact, probably more. I started watching his videos probably a few months before I actually joined the June before last. But yeah, you do wonder what people look like, which is why I put a picture of me up on the that was me in the summer. That was picture on my on the thumbnail. I suppose it's nice to know who you're dealing with. That was me in the summer. Yeah, it does seem to be every time we're coming back, we're going a little bit higher and higher, but it's just risky getting involved here. I don't even know whether I go long off the bottom here or not. What is there, about 5 points between top and bottom? I think Mac lives here in Chicago, so he's got a southern accent, isn't he? Trying to think where Chicago is. I don't think Chicago is southern, is he? He's got a real southern accent. Where is Chicago? I can't think where Chicago is. I thought Chicago was a bit north, wasn't it? Along the sort of plain of Seattle way, was it? Is it not? I don't know. When you make millions, just put night helmet on. I asked Mac, he said he told me he looks like young Bill Clinton. Yeah, because Bill Clinton has got a southern accent, hasn't he? He thought he was Missouri. I believe Mac said Mississippi. Definitely got a southern accent, that's for sure. He has his little sayings, doesn't he, Mac? Yeah, it would be nice to put his face on and introduce himself a bit. He's been doing it for... I know he's been putting videos on YouTube. If you look back, he's got 2,000 on videos going back about 12 or 13 years. So you can never accuse a guy of not being committed. Just wondering if we're having a triple test to this yesterday's high. Now, would you go long here if the opportunity arose? What do you think? Study your US trophy lands. Give you a test next week. Yeah, I can't think Chicago, actually. I'll have a look ready for next week. So, would you take the thing is that the one I took? I did, didn't I? I think that was the one I took. Yeah, it was. 1 tick profit. Let's see what happens here. So usually when we have a push up and some sideways, it's because it can't sustain another push up. So that tells me then usually we push up, we go a little bit sideways, we push up again. So if we look what we've done so far today, push up, go a bit sideways, push up again, but we have had a pullback. Push up, bit sideways, push up, bit sideways. So I think if you've got a decent opportunity, there's a high, so there's a new high, so you could say second. If you've got a decent opportunity, I certainly wouldn't take a big bar like that. It'd have to come out here first, but it still wouldn't have got down to my low here. So I'd have still been in that trade. Trouble is, when it starts to go sideways there, I think it would have been nice to get out with a little bit more profit. I certainly could have got 2 points on this second run, but I don't know. Sometimes you just got to get out. Better to get out with something. Jonathan, he said he'd been approached many times by people trying to get him to trade for them. Yeah, even used to be followed. That's why the secrecy, possibly. Yeah, I heard him say a couple of times he'd considered trading live, but he knew a guy who was a successful trader who did it, whether it was on YouTube or what, and he said his trading just went downhill. It was detrimental to him. But for me, I think it helps mine. You know, I can seem to be able to chit-chat and spot the trades, and it doesn't seem to affect mine. In fact, it's the only thing really that's helped it. Big slow curve up there. Is Mississippi education? Yeah, perhaps it did. It would make sense, wouldn't it, with the accent? Let's see what happens here. Okay, new eye. So one, strong size. Could say this is a possible failure, but I certainly don't want to go in short at the bottom of a range. Excuse me a second, I'm just going to have a cough. Sorry about that. Who's Mac? Mac's the guy behind priceactiontradingsystem.com. That's where all these techniques I'm doing, that's where I learned them from. If you've not done any type of formal course, I highly recommend it. It's $120 for a year, so it's cheap. So cheap. I've never seen any form of a course that cheap. And he's got dozens and dozens of videos on there. Loads of bits of tools on there. You can email him and ask questions, and I'd say absolutely. Priceactiontradingsystem.com, $120. That's so cheap, that is. You could charge a lot more for that. Okay, let's see if we get something that breaks out of here, that gives us something positive. I think I will take a failed breakout, because after this push up I am expecting it to go higher. Okay, there's our breakout, and let's see how strong it is. See if we can get anything back in. So that is a second entry for starters. You've got the second entry long failure on your chart, so you've gone like that, like that. Yeah, I find it hard to go short at the moment because we're in an overall uptrend. I'm not saying it's not going to go short, but I try and avoid the counter trends. They've got me into trouble in the past. And this is a range with a breakout. Most breakouts fail. We are in an overall uptrend, so I'd be okay taking it back into the range. But we've got to get a good setup. So if this drops below here, comes down a bit and ends up bullish, then okay, I kind of like that. So let's see if we get a setup here. It may just come back to this side of the chart yet. It's hard to say, but let's see what develops. Yes, if you'd taken the failure, you'd have got something out of it, but trouble is you don't know how far it'll come down and then it could pop back in. That's the trouble on an uptrend. But it depends whether it may come down to this side or it may just keep on going. It's hard to say, really. Let's see if it ends bullish. Got a funny feeling it's not going to. Okay, so perhaps it's going to come back here. The same here, we've gone up, we've come down, we've gone up, we've come down. So let's see if we can get to here. Possible breakout, or bounce off here, push up, higher low, lower high, whatever you want to call it. Let's have a look. If you look on the 10,000 tick chart as well, it looks like we're coming back to the EMA with kind of a second entry or a hidden second entry. We spent most of the day actually away from the EMA, so at some point we've got to come back. Time for profit taking for those who bought at the beginning of an uptrend, yeah. Yeah, a lot of these institutional guys will go in, take a position, won't they, in the morning, and then just run it for the day. And when they think it's blown out of thrust, they just take the profits and all right today. Literally gone in and gone straight up, isn't it? Yeah. Could keep going, couldn't it? I like the way it's come to the top and it's gone right to the top again. So it's had no problem pushing up, but I think we had to have something to come back. I'm kind of glad I got out of that now because... well, I think it did what it was supposed to do. It pushed up. I expected it to do so. I mean, I could have got a few points out of it, I think, but well, sod's law. If I'd have taken it here or something, then it would have shot straight up. And that's what happens more often than not. So sometimes I think I'm still better off just waiting. Move too far down to take a long. Well, we're coming down to this where we started here. So we touched it once, touched it twice. We're clearly in an uptrend, so let's see what happens when we get down here. I'm certainly not going to get suckered into a long here. Just be nice to get back into the green. Bear me a second. Sorry about that. Yes, you could call that a failed breakout, but I just don't like the bar. It was a tick off a doji for me. Look at the market profit, and you could see a bounce. 3867. So yeah, we're clearly an uptrend, aren't we? Up, down, up, down, up, down. Finishing in the red means no single malt for you today. I think I'm probably going to need an extra one today. What time is Alan be going? We got another hour. Is that an hour and a half yet? Tend to max out in about 5 hours, I think. It's still quite early yet. I'm optimistic. one good trade to get me back in the green, and that'll do me. What I sort of what I should have remembered there is whenever I get into start off with a trade and I get, you know, a nice positive result, I tend to be a little bit more careful. So I didn't think that was a bad bar, actually. We've had a break, but I did consider it as a failed breakout, and it didn't really, so perhaps I should have waited. That would have been the better option. Although I'd preferred it to be a little bit more bullish, but it did push right up and higher, so you live and learn, don't you? Okay, so we've had a failed breakout. We haven't got back in, so I'll be wary about taking a higher low here. Even if it does end bullish, I think it's risky. So it did push up strongly, but it came back down, didn't it? Which is telling me there's more. Yeah, I think that's risky, that is. Although it is a nice positive bar, isn't it? Let's just see where it ends. See how it finishes. No, I don't like that. It's risky. I don't like the way it's pushed strongly down and it's struggled to get back in. Even if that ended up bullish, I think it's still risky. Excuse me, just for 2 minutes. Okay. Alright, where are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing? I'm expecting it to come back in, but it's not looking very positive, is it? Do we think it can go higher? What is the move? So it's gone up 75 points. I'm a bit on the fence as to what to do here. So there's a higher low, not a brilliant slinger bar. Let's see if maybe we get another push up and a failure. But I think we're going to struggle. You could call that a second entry short. I just don't want to be going short into this area here, really. I'm not saying it's not going to come careering down, but I think it's just sit on your hands time, isn't it? At least the ATR is quite low today, so at least even with a tick above, tick below your average bar sizes, then under 3 points, even with your profit and your stop. got a break on that big channel from the open. Yeah. Trouble is, that big channel from the open would just be... I can't see how that would work, personally. So if you're going about here, are you? You're on about that, are you? Let's just get rid of this first bit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure about that because we've sort of curved in it, haven't we? So I don't know there. Let's move this down. Got rid of something, didn't I? I don't know. Let's get rid of that for a minute. Let's say this is where we are now. I'll sort that out again later. I'm going to break off the big channel from the open, yeah. Retouch stream. Yeah, it's just hard to make a decision at the moment, isn't it? Because it is, same here, it went a bit choppy, didn't it? Although we are on an uptrend, it's a bit choppy. You've got to be careful, obviously, as we know. But we are coming back to this side of it now, so sometimes it needs to correct a bit before it pushes again. I'd like to come down to the bottom here ideally, or at least push strongly through the EMA before I think about going long. Just struggling at the moment. Okay, there's a new low. Try to go at once. Let's see if we get a push up and a possible failure. To see a short to 55. I wouldn't. Not at the moment. I'm hoping it's going to go up. If we can get a failure here, so there's on, we've had a breakout of this, there's a new low, trying to go at once. If we can get a failure here, get us up into here, maybe above here then. It's hard to say at the moment, really. I mean, bullish is overall for me still at the moment, unless anything shows me any difference. Anything different. Okay, so that fell breakout did work. It wasn't the greatest looking bar, but it did get us back in there. So, and there was a lower high, which again, or a higher low, which again wasn't a great bar. So neither of them were great setups, but it has got us back into this range. Sometimes we have a good push up, we do some sideways, we break out the bottom, we push back in, and then sometimes we can move back up then. if you look on the, although it hasn't touched the EMA, we've sort of had a hidden second entry long there, which, I don't know, just a possibility. We've not, every time we've got close to it here, we've pushed up, close to it, pushed up, close to it, pushed up, close to it. Perhaps we're going up, I'd say. I'm still thinking bullish at the moment. I can't think of anything else at the moment, really. But it's going to be a good setup. Okay, so there's our new low. Try to go on once. If we can flit around here and then drop below it and end up bullish on here, then I'm thinking we're going to go up then. It's been bullish all day. It's clearly in an uptrend of fashions. We've had sort of two different sort of angles at attack, so I'm still thinking up at the moment. Just unfortunately don't think it's going to give us a... maybe it will. Bars have got small. Look at this. They're just... oh no, it's just 2 points, all right. And the ATR is getting smaller. Okay, maybe we'll get a failure here. Nice to just get in the green. Don't think it's going to give us an opportunity, is it? Some days you can have days where you have a bit of a loss or you're getting a bit of a red and then slow and nothing really happens, and it's a bit frustrating, isn't it? You want to try and get your skin back in the game, but it doesn't give you the opportunity, so I'm trying not to let that bother me. Just trying to get on with it, wait for a good setup. Don't think it's going to give us one, is it? It needs to come back here really for me to get interested on that. Come on, come back a bit. Yeah, I think you're right, what? Let's have a little look at this a minute. What do we think it might happen? So, we've had a push up there, and another push up. Yeah, this is where your patience comes into it. Much easier to have patience when you're in the green. The patience sort of feel quite fine when you're in the green. It's going very slow, isn't it? I don't trade this system, but you might have a trend channel starting down now. Looks that way on the NAS. You'll wait something like this, are you? Trouble is, with it being, a green day, I can't think about going short yet. I'd want it to break here, come back up, test, and then start to move down before I can even think about going short, really. Especially as we've pushed up relatively strongly above the EMA, but I'm just hoping we may. So this might slow down a bit and just give us another entry. It's definitely slowing down, but I am still thinking we're going to push up here somewhere. Just based on what I'm seeing. We've had that quite a strong push up, then we've had this correction, drop out the bottom of the channel, and then we've pushed back in it strongly. Just need a good setup. New low, trying to go once. We can get back down here. I don't know if it's going to let us, is it? Keep making new highs. Yeah, it's trying, isn't it? It's not going off like a rocket that sometimes we all want. But we've sort of come out, haven't we? We've come out and we've done this, haven't we? So so it's got to come down here, really. You can't get involved in that. As much as you think it's going to go up, but it's just too risky. Yeah, it's just risky shorting at the moment. And it may turn into that there is a downtrend, but okay, we may get a bit of luck here. Come down, come on. But at the moment, it's just everything's been long, really, isn't it? Everything's been up. So my trades, although that was a bit crappy, that one, a bit congested, really. I think it's slowing down there, and I think it needed to come back to the EMA. But everything's been upwards so far, really. So I know we're taught, especially as it's not a massively wide channel, we're sort of taught trying not to counter trend trade. And I've done it before in the past, and I've got caught out, just thrown it out there. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I suppose these different charts could react slightly different, couldn't they? But it may turn out there is. It's always good to look at options. What may. When they tend to break out and come and retest and then drop some more, that's when I tend to think about charts. So let's look at this. I tend to think about charts. See, there is a trade there. Let's see where it finishes, but I don't like the fact that it's just hovering above it like that. It's not good enough for me, that. Although it is a failure, for me to take a failure, I'm going to need it to come a little bit lower down. And it is getting a bit stacked up there, right on that midline. So as much as I want to get in the green, I'm not going to push a risky trade just to try and, get in a green day. If I end up a green day, great. If I end up in a red day, as far as I'm concerned, as far as red days goes, it's quite a low one. It's getting a bit sideways, isn't it? What time is it? Okay, I can do another hour. Is price following the EMA or EMA following price? They tend to go hand in hand, don't they? Just keeps coming back to it. Come back to it, come back to it. Sometimes it'll push through it, come back to it, it'll go up, come back to it. We use it as like a magnet. It sort of is like a magnet, isn't it? So many times I've just got into trades because I think it's going high and I've just jumped in and bought and they've just gone wrong. And there's nothing worse than that feeling of taking a trade that was a poor one. It just makes you feel sick. You just think you've just lost control again. It's horrible. So you've just got to wait for a setup. As much as I want to end up green, I'm not going to I've come to the conclusion that I've spent long enough messing around and taking stupid trades that I've just got to wait. It is getting choppy and a bit sideways. It'd have to come right down here and end up bullish for me to think about going along there. As sure as I am we're going to go up again, but you just don't know, do you? I'll lose momentum at some point. They say your trend's your friend to the end. So this could be the end, or it could push up another load more. Ronnie, everything follows price, yeah. It's hard to wait, I don't blame you. Yeah. It's much easier to wait when you're in green. If that was a few $100s, it's a lot easier to wait, because at least if nothing comes, no more trades set up, she's going home with green in your pocket. I don't want to long the range highs. Yeah, the only reason I'll go long there is if I see it push through and then end up being a beautiful bullish bar, which then would give me the failure, but failure's already sort of happened really, isn't it? Although it's not triggered yet. But it's just too risky at the moment trading, it's just choppy. Failed break above the double top. These highs are getting slowly less and less, aren't they? Would I be interested in a trade here? I think it's risky. I don't like the way it's just pushed strongly in but then struggled and dropped down at the bottom again. Does seem to be losing momentum. Sometimes it'll do that, point a bit down and then rock it off, but even if this ends up bullish, there's no real setup there. We've had our failure which didn't trigger. So you just got to sit tight. It's very easy to take just a silly trade, just trying to push it. I want to wait for something that jumps out at me. Bottom should fall out. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Or it may do something like this. Perhaps it might. It's hard to say. But it does to me look like it's losing some momentum. I was expecting a down day when the market opened, to be fair. Right, we've had this failed breakout, it's pushed back in. It hasn't gone high enough, so I'm thinking maybe we're maybe we are starting to move down. We may just come down to here, bounce a few times and push up. It's hard to say at the moment, but this is just a little bit too dangerous to trade. Hard to say. You took the scalp, which one? Down. Oh, son, which one did you take? You shorted, did you? What's going to happen when we get down the bottom here? We're just going to tank out the bottom. You shorted it, yeah. From the double top here. To 55. It's quite a way down that, isn't it? Trouble is, we had similar here, didn't we? We pushed up, we had some sideways, and then we dropped straight back down, pushed up, bounced again, and rocketed off again. So it's sometimes when you think it can't go any higher, it does. It just blows you away. Sometimes you think, look at all this big strong, it can't go any higher, and then all of a sudden it pushes up and end up closing up here somewhere. Yeah, it's quite, but I've got to take a good setup. I can't just take a long off here. It's going to have to be a lower high. Or higher low, and it's going to need to push right back in here and above the EMA strongly for me. Or as Jamie mentioned, it could end up turning into something like that. You just don't know. I think that's a bit. I'm not ready for that yet. If it breaks out, pulls around here and then drops out, then I'd probably think about drawing something like that. But at the moment, it's just it doesn't look right there at the moment. Let's see what happens here. A lot of the cases, you got to see. If you look at that, we have got two legs down, haven't we, from there? So that could be two legs back to the bottom of the trend channel, followed by a big strong put. You just don't know. See if it comes down to there. Now, excuse me just for 1 minute. Okay. So, is that a small breakout or is that chart? I could probably take that down a fraction. Okay, so let's put it at the bottom there. Okay, that looks okay actually. Probably come down a bit to there. So that looks alright. Okay, so we've had two legs down. Haven't quite made that second leg. Let's see what happens here, whether we push up or whether we just make a pullback and then continue down some more. As we've had these two pushes down, I'm thinking at the moment, just the way the day's been, that we're going to be moving back up, but it's hard to say. Don't listen to me much. My scalp and rot systems are different. Yeah. But I mean, it's feasible that could be happening, but just the way that's pushed up. It's going to have to go a bit higher for me. Trouble is, each one of these highs are lower than the previous one, so whether that's just that correction it needs, sometimes it doesn't just go sideways, it'll go sideways and down a bit and get back to where it can pick up that momentum again, where you get a little bit more interest in putting. See, while we're up here, we're at the tops of this, we're at the high of the day, we're at the tops of this channels, it's having less interest to push it higher, which is why we've had this constant pushing down. But now we're at the bottom, and you're probably going to get traders thinking, well, hold on a minute, okay, it was pointless going along there because we're at the top. But now we're back to this safety area. This is probably where it's going to take off from if it's going to. So sometimes we get a bit of momentum and then it'll just rocket off. Just when you think it can't. Trouble is, to be safe, I need to get this above the EMA and then pull back to give me a better entry. What you sent me now, Jacko? You haven't sent me any naked pictures, I hope. Because if you have, I'm going to have to save them. Let's have a look. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I want to go smaller. Yeah, I see what you mean. The trouble is you can draw those so many different ways. It's hard to say. I mean, you're saying we've had a bit of a breakup now. I'm seeing we've had a breakup. It's just on a smaller scale. But for me to get any interest, whether it's a breakout of here or the bottom of this channel, I won't take anything until it pushes up here and gives me another entry to go higher. So regardless how the trend channel's drawn, it's not going to affect my next trade if I sort of get a good decision to make one. You can giggling away there. Jacko's got a hotline to me, haven't you? Yeah, are we going to push through it or not? I think if we can push through it and get a higher low, I think that will then grab the interest of some more buyers. There's just nothing. The trouble is, it's struggling up here. It's gone up as high as it can here, isn't it? And then second time around, it's like buyers losing interest, and all of a sudden, sellers take over. Down it goes. Broke out of this. Buyers take a bit more interest. Still hasn't gone up as high, does it? They lose confidence, and then boom, the sellers jump in. Now we've come out down to the bottom of here, and the sellers are going, okay, I'm going to wait a little bit because we're at the bottom, and the buyers are thinking, okay, we're at the bottom, we're probably going to go higher. So that's where you get that sort of, thanks. You can contact me anytime you like, mate, don't worry. Yeah, and then we had that big strong push down then, didn't we? Because the buyers are just losing interest as this is getting lower and lower. You certainly don't want to be buying up here, really, do you? And when I took that, really, I should have thought top of the trend channel. I should have just, because usually when I used to take me 3 points, I usually take them a tick or two just below where the actual body ends, and if I would have done, I would have had some points then. But I thought it was expecting it to push a bit higher. But let's see what happens here. See if we're going to push out here. We'll see if we're going to get a bullish bar up here. I'm going to get an order ready just in case, because if it's above the EMA and it's strong enough, you could call this a breakout. If you'd have drawn your chart any different, you'd have had a bigger breakout. Well, perhaps we're going to make a bigger breakout still. It's hard to say at the moment. Why is that long risky? That one there. Well, there's no real setup there. We've just pushed down, haven't we? And then the trouble is with this sort of downward momentum at the moment, really you want to wait for a second push up and preferably above the EMA before you want to think about going along again, because look where that's gone. If this does end up bullish, then that's worth a trade then, but at the moment it's just a bit risky, that is. Let's see if this does come up here. And if it does break solidly above the EMA, then I think we may have the interest of buyers then to push it a bit higher. But I'm only going to take it if it ends up above the EMA. See if it goes. Yeah, that's just the first touch off the EMA, off the bottom of the trend channel. That is, Sharon. You're just guessing that it's going to finish there, that it's going to bounce off there. Okay, if this ends up really bullish, I think this might go quite quick. Let's see. Right. Let me get in there quick. Oh, don't piss me around. Not again. Oh, balls. Okay, a little bit more than I wanted, but nevertheless. Should have. Sometimes if I have that one, I'll click buy. But what I should have done really is use a limit order then, but I'd already had that order up, so it is what it is. Okay, so let's see if we get the push off we think we're going to now. It is frustrating that, yeah, sometimes if I have that one, I'll just click buy. Let's see if we can get above here, and then above here, I think we're okay, so I'm not going to be too greedy. He says again, famous last words. But I think we've had that nice now correction along to, down to the bottom of the trend channel. We've had some solid movement, solid up, so hopefully fingers crossed. But if I get stitched again, I think I'm calling it a day, but I'm just going to give that one extra tick. Yeah, I'd have preferred to get in a bit here early. Let's see if we can get in the green. End the day in the green would be nice. Okay, that's not giving me much confidence. But that is a second entry short there, and it is triggered. Now, if we can push above here, above this bar there, then I think we're safe to go at the top, because I'm guessing there are going to be a lot of people thinking this market's coming down now, and it may well. But I'm hoping that the upward trend is going to carry on, but we shall see. I think that was a good trade. Come down at the bottom of this range, you could say that's the trend channel, small breakout. If we can get above this, then I think we're okay, but we'll have to see. But I think if I lose this one, I think we'll call that a bad day. The overall is upwards, see, so I'm still thinking bullish at the moment, so the bias for me is bullish. So I just hope we get some backing of some buyers to push that up above this bar here. If we can get above this bar, my confidence level is going to come back in, so... Might be able to hear me grinding my teeth. I think the trade was good. We came down, had this new low, pushed up through the EMA, lower high, lovely bullish bar, ended up on its high. Let's see what happens here. That's not looking good, is it? It's going to try and stop me out, I think, and if it does, I think it'll go down quick. I gave it an extra tick, but I don't think it's going to matter. We're in the lap for the gods at the moment, I think. Okay, I think we're toast. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I did give it one extra tick, but I don't think it's worth giving it another or even taking it down to this low. I think it's going to eat me whichever way. I don't even think taking it down this low and taking a bit more risk is going to make a difference. That's a 6-point risk. Sometimes, see, when it does stop you out, it ends up going in the same direction you expected it to anyway. I thought just the way it is under the circumstances, it might be worth the extra couple of points. We'll have to see about that. See if this ends up bullish, I'll bring my stop back up to here, I think. Certainly trying to push. I think if it gets above here, then I'm favouring it to get up here. Then let's see. I see what you're saying. It is declining, but to me, it's declining back to the bottom of this overall trend channel, which has been upwards all day. So that's why I'm looking for longs here, because I am still expecting it to move upwards. Because until something tells me we're not going long, I have to just keep thinking long at the moment, hoping this breaks above the EMA. I think we need to break this really, then I'm thinking long again, we'll have to see. EMA's flat. I got the option to just get out of it with a bit of a small loss, but I'm still thinking we've worked our way down these two legs down to the EMA, to the bottom of the trend channel, and we've hit a new low. And we've hit a higher low, or you could call that a failure. New low, trying to go on, so a failure if it breaks above this, but I'm still thinking up at the moment. I know there's a chance it could come down lower, but the way things are looking for me, especially with just looking at the 10,000 tick chart, we've had some pushes down to the EMA, and I am expecting it to continue up. If we can get above here, if we can get a quick bit of rally above here, I'm guessing there's going to be some shorts in that trade. In fact, I'm convinced there is, because that's the second entry short. And I've heard a few people thinking it's going down. So if we can push above here, then I think we're going to get a push up, and I might hit my spot there, but I'm emphasising if. But we'll have to see. We just need a little bit more buy-in. I think buyers are going to be aware there's going to be some stops there, so if they can just push that up, then we may get that upward momentum that we've had during the day. Yeah, I wasn't comfortable with moving my stop down to there, but that's the lowest of the day, and I think it was worth the extra couple of ticks because I do believe we're going up. Now, that might have been a bit risky on my behalf, but We'll see whether it paid off or not. Get above here, then my confidence will climb a little bit. But if I think this ends up bearish, I just may get out of here for a small loss. We'll have to see. We'll see. It's definitely losing momentum, isn't it, I think? See what happens. I think I just have to go with this now. New low, high low, we'll see. Also, that's a failure that's triggered. If we can get above this failure, that might give us a bit more momentum. And then if we can get above this one, I think we're... I still like it for long, I do, I've got to say. But I think we need to get above this, because that's triggered. See, the overall is up, so I have to just keep thinking that at the moment. And this has triggered as a failure, but if the overall up does play out like I think it should, then it may push above this, but I don't know. I'm losing hope now. Let's just hope this higher helps me out. If we can just get above here, then I think we've got a chance. I'll say the way it is, the low, higher. It is still moving up in a sideways upwards manner, but I think what I might do is just put my stop there. I think give that an extra couple of ticks, and if it is destined to come down, then we'll have to see. If we can end up a bit bullish, I think come on, push up a little bit. No, I think we've got to go with the original plan, I think, to be safe. Yeah, I think we are losing the game. Do I move it or do I leave it? Okay, I'm going to leave that there. Okay, yeah, it might come down, it might not, it might just not touch that, but something's telling me sometimes it's good to cut your losses. It might not come down, it might go up, but okay, so that's my worst day so far. Is it coming down there? Yeah. Okay, so it is what it is. I've just got to live with it and suck it up. Yeah, see, it's just so hard to say. See, it's come down, look where it's come down, level with the bottom. What's it going to do? Yeah, see, yeah, it's a shame that is, but it is what it is. I've just got to suck it up. And it's times like this where I've struggled, but we've gone up and we're still. It's times like this where I've tough day, yeah, tough trade. Yeah, it's times like this that where I've struggled in the past, but I've just got to live with it. See, sounds lower. It'll go up here now. Look at it. Remove, but that's it for me today anyway. Let's just see what's going to happen here. Let's come down to the same. Perhaps I should have just left that down there a bit and let it run its course. But sounds lower. It'll push right up now. Oh, I think for the sake of the one tick, I should have left it, I think. Try and spend the weekend reviewing your trades. Yeah, I can see what I've done here, that one. I just waited too long really to get out of that one. The trade was okay. It was second entry long. It went up clearly 3 bars. It just didn't go as high as I was expecting. And I should have, look at that now. I should have thought about that because of the top of the range, the top of the channel. Yeah, watch now. Look, it'll burst above this one, break above that one and rocket off. So you could say that's a new local, yeah. You could say a... yeah, if it breaks above that, see, I wish I'd have left it there now. Where did I take the trade now? I can't think where it was now. It was that one, wasn't it? So is this indicating we're going high? It's hard to say at the moment. It's very sideways, isn't it? I think it's just risky, isn't it, really? Yeah, if I'd have taken that one, see, I've been crapping myself about now. In fact, I'll tell you what you could do. You could buy here. Let's put a buy order here and just take a small risk, see if it does go up. Let's take that up to here. I'm determined to get something. Let's see if we can get something out of it. Risk a 1.25. It's probably a silly move. Just after I saw that, I just wonder maybe. But this is where you can get suckered into it. No, I won't, mate. It's just the way it's gone up. Stopped. It's probably going to trigger this one out if it does go above it. If it can get above here, I don't know. I just thought for the sake of another 1.25, just to try and catch this, which is why I took it down here. Doing awesome overall. Don't let one bad day define you. No, I won't, mate. This is it after that. Thought it was worth a 1.25. Yeah, it's going to take me out, is it? Right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put that back where it was, because if it breaks below here, it's going to hit that anyway, isn't it? So there's no point in losing another point, another tick. I've had what did I have, a $1,300 day and a $1,000. I've had $2,300 in the last 2 days. So if you take that off it, $1,700 on average for the last 3 days. So that's all right. That is. Well, the reason I took a long again is because we've had this low, then we've had this one, and this one didn't break below here, and we had that big bullish bar. And I'm still thinking long for the day. I am. It's just when it's going to do it. So I thought, for the sake of a 1.25, it'd be a shame to lose this now and then for it to rocket up. So I thought it was worth a 1.25 risk. And if we can get above here, then I'm figuring for then moving up. So I think it was worth a risk. Whether it's got the legs or not, I don't know. But sometimes when it does do that, see, if I'd have left my order there where it was, I'd still be in it now, and it is slowly still moving up. And if I can get above here, I still genuinely think we're going up. And it'd be a shame to miss out on the move. You know what I mean? Let's see if we can get at least something out of it. If we can get above here, then I think it's going to go up strongly. And I'll see if I can get something out of it. If we can finish high, then just need to get above here. It'd be a shame to miss out on a big move, just because I didn't keep thinking bullish until it changes, bullish until it changes. Let's try and get something out of it at least. If it ends up, go on, have a push up. Push, come on. Okay, I got something out of it anyway. What did I get? Okay, there, that was better. I got a bit of something out of it. Not going to work anyway, is it? Okay, bad day, bad judgment. It's just the way I'm thinking uptrend at the moment. We've had this working our way back down to it. We've pushed up. That hasn't gone lower, so I don't know. Yeah, probably going to come careering down now. So this is where people might be looking for shorts. Yeah, I couldn't even bring myself to short. Okay, so we're down $550 for the day. As far as a bad day's concerned, which it is a bad day on my behalf, it could have been a lot worse. I've had about $2,400 in the last 2 days. So if you take that off, I've had about $1,900 in over the last 3 days on average. So it's not so bad. I think it's going down, yeah. I'm still thinking up at the moment, I really am. And if we can get above here, I think it's gonna rocket. That one and then that one. One more tick above there. See, if I'd have left my original one, see, sometimes the trend, that's broken above that, the trend will get you out of trouble. So if I'd have left my original trade there, is that where I took it, or there? I can't remember now. There, wasn't it? If I'd left, I would have got stopped out anyway, but it's going where I'm expecting it, possibly, which is why I took that little short trade there. But if it breaks above this one, that's where there's going to be some second entry shorts stuck in there, thinking it's going to come rocketing down. And there may even be some there as well. And look where it's going, where I thought it was going to. Breaks above here, I'm expecting it to get up here. Let's see if all you short thinkers were right. Go on, get up one more tick, and I think we'll have a quick pounce then, because there's going to be some shorts in there without doubt. And I think we're going to go quick rocket up, I do. Okay, maybe there. Stops are above here. I think we're going up now. We've worked our way back to this trend. Look what we've done. We haven't broken lower, have we? See if I'd have stayed in that then. When did I jump in? About there, didn't I? About there. It's the middle, wasn't it? About there. Yeah, so I got a few points with my. But, well, it might still come down yet, but I expected it when it hit that to push a bit higher. Perhaps their stops are higher, but that is a second entry short, isn't it? Let's see what's going to happen. checking that again. 3. I got in here, didn't I? 3. What did I get out? 4. Okay, so I got 3/4 of a point, which at least it's something in the right direction. Yeah, it is. It is respecting this, and it's still slowly moving upwards. It's not tanking like I expected it, so I do still expect it to work its way up. So sometimes when you enter a trade, you know, it's you've got to. Sometimes you've got to let it play itself out. It's really trying to push up, and I think once it starts to get through some of these stops, because I think there's a lot of people thinking that's going short, so once it starts to eat through some of these stops, then I think it'll get the momentum, and then when it does push, I think it'll attract more buyers then, and then we'll get quite a quick push up, which is where I was sort of expecting it to go. Yeah, my original stop, granted, would have been cut out. It would have been, yeah. I thought that was a good trade, to be honest with you. We come right back to the... I'm expecting it to go up. Obviously, it needed to go a little bit. But yeah, the original one would have done. But I thought that was a good trade. But yeah, we sort of do seem like we're coming down. But often that's what a correction looks like often. It doesn't necessarily go sideways. You know, so look at this one. We had a big push up and then we had this correction. And it came down, didn't it? So you're thinking, well, hold on a minute. Maybe it's coming down. And then look at it and it rocketed off again. Which is what I think is going to happen here. And we had the same sort of thing. You can call it a downtrend. That one sort of was. But then because of the overall trend's been upwards, I'm still thinking long. We'll see if we can get above here. Then I think, because there's definitely going to be some shorts in there. Just wondering whether these short stops will be here. Because I know a lot of you guys have been talking short, or some of you have, so if you are, there's going to be lots of other traders thinking short as well. What indicator are you using for the channels? For these? Just, is that what you mean? For these, just this? I think these are off max thing, but I think they're in here as well, aren't they? Yeah, there's some here. These come with Ninja Trader. Yeah, this is still showing me this is going north. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break just for a minute. Okay, let's see what's going on here. I'm still thinking. It's just the way it comes back in. It went up, come back in, it went up, come back in, it went up. I'm still thinking up at the moment. Two whole hours of chopping, yeah, you're not wrong. And counting. I'm only hanging around because I want to see what's going to happen. If it is going to go where I think, I still think it will. If you look at that, it is still fighting to get up, isn't it? It really is. Yeah, there's a downward bias just on that section, but there was there, and look what happened then. Off it went. We had that bit of sideways and down here, and yeah, I'm still thinking up. Afternoon trading will start at 34 minutes for now. Hopefully momentum will get back. Yeah. Yeah, see, if I look at that trade, that lower high, it did actually push up, didn't it? Where did it go from about here, didn't it? It went up and made 2, well, you'd have got 2 points out of it. So it did work, that trade, didn't it? That one, bad judgment one, but we had that sort of 2 legs down, didn't we? Then a push up followed by, it is a bit congested, but it did work. It did break the highs, didn't it? But I'm still expecting it to come up to here then, rather than giving it a chance to sort of come back. So that was probably me holding it a little bit longer than I should have done. Otherwise, that would have worked. That one, second entry long, I think was an okay trade. Bounced off yesterday's highs and it did push up. Didn't quite make a new high, but I say again, I waited a bit there. Perhaps I should have took a bit there, but I came out of that with a tick. I think it's something silly like that. But if you look at this, it is still either making the same or highs, isn't it? Higher highs. Higher lows, rather. The one you took, the prior bar, was bullish. Yeah, see, I think, I don't know. Because it's so choppy, sometimes you got to take a little bit less, haven't you? But I don't know, it is what it is. It's a learning curve. I mean, I had 18 green days in a row, so this is the first red one. So it's going to happen. It was going to happen at some time. I had a good run. So all I've got to do is learn from it, put it behind me. Please make a note for next time, the last trade which you took. If the prior bar was bearish, that's the trade that Mac talks about. You tick below it and engulf it. It must be bearish. Yeah, so you're on about putting an order above here on you, so when it triggers it, is that what you mean? I can't remember. I'm not sure what you mean. make a note for next time. The last trade which you took, which was here, yeah. Right, you're on about putting look. The previous bar was bearish. The trade that Mac talks about. Yeah, you're on about taking it on the engulfing so it triggers. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily think about engulfing there because it's not a bar to go lower, because sometimes if that was a short trade and it breaks below, then you'd put your order above here, because as it triggers that one and then as it breaks above there, your trade sort of takes over, and you take that. I kind of like this, actually. I know you might think I'm mad, but let's see how this finishes. It is sort of moving up. Let's see if this finishes bullish. No, I think the sensible thing would be to do would leave that. I've had more than my fair share of losses today. I've had two losses and a couple of ticks or something. Oh god, I don't know, 2 losses. Something like that. I don't know when I've had 2 losses or 3 losses or something, but it's not been a good day, is it? So I think it's really pissing around here. Talking about the trade you took at 1817. Oh, 6 something. I don't know. Oh, here. Let's see, look at this. Let's have a look at this. I kind of like the way this is pushing up. Let's see how it finishes. Great. Leave to trade another day. Yeah, absolutely. The trade you took out. If prior bar was bearish, it would have rocketed up. You know about that one? Yeah, so that was a second entry short there. I'm not sure what you mean, mate. I sort of think I know what you mean. They tend to rocket up when you hit stop. So if you've got like that one, second entry short there, you'd expect a lot of shorts. But the thing is about that, the shorts would have made their points. Whereas if that had a tick down there and pushed up, then we've had a stronger push up there. But the shorts you can have some shorts that might have waited a little bit thinking it was going to come down. But judging by how that pushed up, there wasn't. I think most of the shorts took their profit, I think. I'm definitely thinking bullish, and I think it's going to career up there at some point. And I'll probably look back on this. In fact, I'm going to knock it on the head today. I think the sensible thing is to leave that for the day. I'll mark that up later. It's the first red day I've had, and under the circumstances, it's not huge. So I think see you on the next round. Yeah, it was going to happen at some point. It had to happen. You can't have green days every day. And considering what I've had, $2,300 in the last 2 days, I think even removing that, I think it's a fair. I've still had more than my fair share. So I'm working tomorrow. So it'll be Tuesday now. I'll be back in trading on Tuesday. So have a great weekend. And if you trade tomorrow, have a good day. And I will catch up with you all on Tuesday. If anything changes Monday, I'll put another I'll put another. But if you're not subscribed, if you subscribe, at least then when I put another scheduled stream up, you'll get notified it. And if you do take any, well, we still got this. I think this is open for about another 6 days. So if you do take any another evaluation, if you use my code, I appreciate it. It doesn't cost you anything more, but it's there if you want to use it. But so I will see you all. Yeah. Happy New Year, everybody. Yeah, you've had a great Christmas and have a great New Year. Don't drink too much. Be sensible. And I will catch you all Tuesday. If not, yes, see everybody. I'll catch you all on Tuesday. Possibility of Monday, but we'll have to see. Okay? Take it easy. Have a great weekend. Have a great New Year, and I'll see you all soon.